Morning. Please share on your social media platforms. I don't know how this isn't Canada's biggest story, but of course they want to talk about killer bees or whatever they're on about. How coincidental they're going to talk about. Same day over in Parliament. Everything's a remarkable coincidence here, isn't it? Let's see here. I was going to try and link some stuff down in the notes. Now, I think people might be a bit disturbed, possibly, when I wonder when they did the MCC did the interview with Darren. When do you think they did that? I'm having a feeling it was late in the game. That would be disturbing. Oh, that's not what I want. Wouldn't it be? They left it to the very last minute. Just saying. You have Trudeau taking a sudden interest in Nova Scotia. Good morning, Kelly. All right, let's get some mornings out. Morning, Cindy. Should be interesting to watch. Yeah, something's going to happen. Or do you think they're just going to talk about his career and how he rose through the ranks as corps major, blah, 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 his connections. Oh, he's got all kinds. We've gone through some of those. Maybe they could talk about his ex-wife. That would be nice. And Janice. Janice has gone to Changa. NS44. Brickleberry. Green bastard. Locked in the trunk of a car. Todd Flanders. Oh, dear. Thank you for joining. Julia Rock. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you to everybody for your hard work. Amazing. Julia Rock, the official timekeeper. Good morning. So Trudeau is in. Oh, he's in there again. So is this the fourth time? Is that correct? Somebody can correct me. Glow Watcher. Blue Nose. Molly Denver. Good morning, Molly. Nikki Lewis. Strawberry. J. Leet. Did you change your name on me? I think you changed your name. Pioneer Driver. JJ. Good morning. Uncle Blazer. Peter Biker. Good morning. DVD no. Thank you, Crystal, for sharing. Thank you. Good morning. Shares are important. Likes. I don't. Shares. Thank you. Nosy Scotian. Good morning. Thank you for sharing, JJ. Appreciate it. Christine. Strange, isn't it? Busy, scandalous weekend. MH, good morning. Kelly Blair, good morning. Hard on the families. This one is unbelievable ongoing trauma. Donna Jess, don't worry. It's nothing that what these people aren't going to experience tenfold down the line. Trust me. The conscious is going to eat them alive. Donna. Becca. Don't chase him away. There's people that pull his strings up above, too. Chris Lee. Remember who gathers all the files on all these people, too? 1980, what was it? CSIS split off from RCMP. RCMP still Five Eyes organization. Not Gravel Road Cops. Invasion 1. Good morning. Shouldn't he have done earlier on? I don't know. When were those notes done? And perhaps we'll find out today. I'm curious. He's hanging out with the Pope. Oh, is that it? Right. Okay. Will come out that he sold her out. His ex-wife? I don't know. Lily Bomb. I don't think that'll ever make the... Karen CB65. Good morning. Good morning. Dawn Graham. Good morning. Dawn Graham. Rings a bell. For sure. Glad to have you aboard. Robert. JJ. Oh, we've still got some prayers going around, right? Please, special prayers for those that are... You did change your name. Okay. All right. As long as I'm not getting old and forgetting things, which I do. Good morning, Brother Paul. Brenda, good morning. Good morning, Glenn B. Anyone else here? The WHO director, Tedros, was arrested yesterday. Was he? Is he a doctor? Oh, right. He's not. Okay. Wacko Jacko. Good morning. Haven't been on for a while. Yeah, I thought I recognized the name. Good morning. Good to have you aboard. So we had several chats way back. Okay. Must have been text, I'm thinking. All right. Hope you are well. Hope everybody's well. Remember, prayers for everybody. Prayers for the 23 and the families. And there's a lot of people in here, actually. Not a lot. Everybody's having a hard time, but there are some specific people in here who have been working very hard. Who are going through personal things too. So just send love around. I don't understand why there's an issue with people stating 23. Well, like I said, it's probably a clue if they're saying 22, right? If you can't honor the families and you need to say that, I would say that's a clue. Seems pretty easy. You wouldn't tell somebody at a funeral with a death in their family how to do things. How do I... Okay. I think we had a vote, JJ, a long time ago. Send me an email. And you have my email, I believe. So thank you for that. Glow is heavily involved these days. I have to be wary. Thank you to those of you who are sending me tips. I'm just looking at a couple of things here. Wonder how long this... let's get that ready. So they're ready to go. Where's that? Senior RCMP witness. Okay. Darren, number 3 in the province. In charge of ERT and all that special stuff. They brought him out. He's far more presentable. Went through the system. heavily ingrained, as opposed to Chris, number 2, who just kind of in there, right, from municipal police. Kind of failed during the press conferences, and they knew that was going to be an issue. So they brought out Darren. Darren with his FBI schooling and heavily indoctrinated in the system. Mitchell Robley. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you to you all who's sharing. Good morning. Good morning. Still need to get the word out as much as possible. Hopefully they explain Darren's background. He's got an interesting one. West Coast. Sorry. So how long do you think they took to review all this and all this? Where's his MCC interview? When was that taken? 2 sets of notes up there. Redactions removed within it. Very difficult to cipher his notes. It's an interesting way that I don't know if that's a specially learned trait. Call me tinfoil, but I sit down and I look from afar at Darren's notes. They're, printed very neatly, but you try and read them. Not very legible. Very difficult to cipher. And yet, later in his notes, I certainly haven't had a chance to review all of it, and it would take quite a long time. But I have noticed that redactions are removed, not just the 4 pages. Or they threw the 4 pages in with some redactions removed. Later on, when he's quoting somebody, he uses cursive. And his cursive is like, I hit it. I was like reading, and then you hit the cursive, and it's just like, so easy to read. It's strange. I don't know. And I know somebody else I was going through the notes with at the time. They said something to me, and I'm like, oh yeah. No, I'm having a very difficult time reading it too. And they said, oh, okay. I thought it was just me. And they said, I think it might be learned how to do that. He can read them. Sending positive juju universe. Yes. Okay, good. Going through some old videos, Senior Bass. Bergerman has no emotion. What are you talking about? Lee? Where's Lee? Hiding from the microphone. So we're going to have 3-week hiatus from this. Damage control. Heavy in the media. We'll be heavy in the media. But not too heavy, because then that might draw attention. You have to go softly. All right, we're running late, I think it looks like. Are we? Or is it just me? Good morning. Good morning. 78 of you. Okay, hopefully we're going to get some more on board here. Please do share. Please do share. This is going to make a major difference on your grandchildren's life. Trust me. I used to catch shit from cops, lawyers, and bosses, because I had to write in small in my notebooks. It's just all around for any police officer? They're alive now? What?
Learn from them about lessons learned, changes made to date, and opportunities for additional changes and improvements. I will now ask Senior Commission Counsel Rachel Young to begin. Ms. Young. And just as a reminder, I did hear a couple of devices going off in the room, so for housekeeping, if you could make sure that your phones are on silent, please.
Good morning, Ms. Young.
Good morning, commissioners, participants, Nova Scotians, and everyone. Today, Commission Council is calling now Chief Superintendent Darren Campbell to the stand.
We'll have the witness come forward.
Doesn't look
I
happy.
understand that Chief Superintendent Campbell wishes to be sworn.
Just place your right hand on the Bible, please. Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Be seated, please.
Right hand, not hold it.
Good morning, Chief Superintendent Campbell.
Good morning.
You were interviewed twice by the Mass Casualty Commission on June 28th and July 12th, 2022, each for full days.
Yes.
We discussed a number of topics already in those interviews, and those transcripts will be made available on the Commission's website, and they've been made available to the media. So we've discussed your background, your role at H Division, your involvement in the events of April 18th and 19th, 2020, and their aftermath, H Division critical incident preparedness, RCMP public communications, your role in communicating with victims' families and those most affected, the treatment of crime scene evidence, and emergency operational plans. And so I don't intend to go over a lot of that same ground today. What I want to ask you about today is to explain your role within the RCMP, to give us some context, and in the mass casualty events and their aftermath. And then I'm going to ask you some questions that we didn't get to in your interview about the family liaison officer, how information is managed in a critical incident, using some examples from the events to discuss that, and to go through some statements you made in the media, post-event learning, and any recommendations you may have for improvement in the RCMP based on what you saw during the events. Starting with your role and professional background, can you please tell the commissioners what education you have?
Sorry.
Your education? Can you summarize it?
Police education or just general education?
Both. Well, your general education, and then just quick highlight. We're going to file your training records as an exhibit, so you don't need to go through all that.
Sure. I spent my formative years in the province of New Brunswick. I graduated from high school in New Brunswick, attended the University of New Brunswick, and then I joined the RCMP in 1990. Following joining the RCMP, all members of the RCMP are trained at the RCMP Training Academy in Regina for a 6-month period of time. And of course, subsequent to that basic training, there's a degree of courses and training that are offered to officers depending upon the roles that they occupy within the RCMP and their progression through the organization. So several courses within the RCMP and also outside of the RCMP as well. I'm also a graduate of the FBI National Academy in Quantico, Virginia. I also instruct and teach at the Canadian Police College, as well as instruct or lecture at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia as well.
So you've had a number of roles in the RCMP, which we discussed in your interview. Most recently, starting in 2019, you were officer in charge of support services and criminal operations H Division. So I believe the support services officer role is known as SSO. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. There's no shortage of acronyms in the RCMP, and you would have heard the acronym of SSO for the province of New Brunswick, or sorry, for Nova Scotia. And specifically, I started that SSO role here in Nova Scotia in mid-September of 2019.
And until what date were you in that role?
I was in that role until approximately December of 2021.
Okay. And then I understand you were acting chief superintendent standing in for Janice Gray. Can you give us the dates that you were in that role?
That's correct. I went down to Halifax District as Chief Superintendent Gray had retired. That started at the end of December of 2021, and it went to, I stayed in that position until I departed Nova Scotia for New Brunswick, just most recently. In fact, I just started in New Brunswick.
What was the date that you started your new role?
I believe that my last date in the province here in Nova Scotia was the 28th of June.
And you were promoted from superintendent to chief superintendent, and you're now crops officer, which is criminal operations officer in J Division in New Brunswick. Is that correct?
That's correct. I'm the interim criminal operations officer, filling for the criminal operations officer that's currently away on long term.
The intention is that you stay in J Division, though, for the moment?
I hope so.
Okay. Madam Registrar, I'd like to ask that Darren Campbell's training record be made an exhibit. It's COM 004-2103.
That's Exhibit 3889.
Commissioners, before we continue, I'd ask Madam Registrar to also please mark Chief Superintendent Campbell's witness interview transcripts, his notes, and transcripts of 2 related witness interviews as exhibits, or 1 related witness interview. So the interview of Darren Campbell of June 28th, 2022 is COM 0059847.
That's 3890.
The second day of interview, July 12th, 2022, is COM 0059935.
3891.
The commission witness interview transcript of Chief Superintendent Chris Leather of July 8th, 2022 is COM 005982.
That's 3892.
And I note this is not a new exhibit. The commission interview of District Policing Officer Archie Thompson was already made an exhibit last week, which may pertain to this witness. And some of Darren Campbell's notes have already been exhibited. I'd like to file the remainder that we have at the moment. So there are notes of then Superintendent Campbell from June 17th, 2020 to August 6th, 2020, which is COM 0058641.
3893.
Then the notes from August 6th to September 23rd, 2020 are COM 0058642.
3894.
The notes from September 24th, 2020 to November 18th, 2020 are COM 0058643.
3895.
The notes from November 19th, 2020 to January 7th, 2021 are COM 0058644.
3896.
The notes from January 8th to April 13th, 2021 are COM 0058645.
3897.
And lastly, Superintendent Campbell compiled a summary of his draft electronic notes from April 18th and 19th, 2020. That's COM 0059133.
That's 3898. Sorry.
Chief Superintendent Campbell, can you just explain to us a bit more the role of support services officer? So that's the role you were in at the time of the mass casualty events, right?
That's correct.
And so the support, so that's for H Division, so for all of Nova Scotia, right?
Yes, that's true.
And the support in the job title refers to supporting operations, is that correct?
Yes, there's a number of programs that the support services officer has under their umbrella of a variety of supports that are provided across the province.
Yes, and you did outline that in your interview. And for our purposes today, what does operations mean exactly?
would fall basically under all criminal operations. So the support services officer is a direct report to the criminal operations officer. The support services officer would be one of 5 superintendents within the division. And essentially, to break it down as simply as I can, the support services officer would have a number of programs that would help support operations outside of the general duty or the patrol operations across the division. Now, every district has some investigative support units. However, the major crimes unit, for example, provincially would fall under the support services officer.
Who are the officers who reported directly to you?
Support services officer has 4 officer equivalent direct reports.
And who would those have been in April 2020? Was it Dustine Rodier was one of them?
Dustine Rodier was in charge of a number of programs, including the Operational Communication Center. There's what they would call, or what we call, the Assistant Support Services Officer. That was Inspector Don Moser. And then also there is the Behavioral Sciences and Major Crimes Inspector, which at that time was named, however, he wasn't in place, which is Inspector Miriam Marchichu. There was an actor in that position at that time.
Are you able to spell Marchichu for us?
Yeah, I can spell it. It took me a long time to learn it. Marcichiw.
Thank you. And which members were you ultimately in charge of? Which teams?
Well, I'm not ultimately in charge of any teams. There are those officers that I had mentioned are responsible. They're what we call the line officers for a number of teams. So each of those officers that I had mentioned had certain teams that were reported up through them, and then there would be team leaders attached to each of those teams as well, reporting to those line officers. So I'll give you an example. Under Inspector Don Moser, he would have a number of support services functions, technical or tactical sections. For example, the emergency response team would report through a team leader to Inspector Don Moser, and then it would filter up to me. Police dog services would be another under Inspector Moser. The tactical support group, which other people would understand to be like a public order unit, would report to Inspector Moser. Provincial traffic services, forensic identification section, that would all fall under Inspector Moser. Under Inspector Marchichu would be all the investigative services. Those would include the major crimes unit, the VI class unit, everything that would relate to the behavioral sciences units. Sex offender registry, commercial crime, proceeds of crime, clandestine drug unit, we call it synthetic drug unit, would also fall under Inspector Marchichu. So we're basically sectioned off into tactical versus an investigative, and then communications operational support.
Whereas for Chief Superintendent Chris Leather, he's the criminal operations officer. Would the general duty members fall under his bailiwick?
Well, ultimately, all criminal operations are managed by the criminal operations officer. So Chief Superintendent Leather, as the CROPS officer that we would call it, would be like the second in command of the division in charge of all criminal operations. I report to Chief Superintendent Leather, but there are other direct reports to Chief Superintendent Leather, which would include the district officers. At the time of April of 2020, we have 3 districts within the province. Northeast Nova at that time was Superintendent Archie Thompson. Southwest Nova was Superintendent Julie Moss, and Halifax District was Chief Superintendent Janice Gray.
Of importance to this commission, as SSO, you had the authority to approve a critical incident package.
Yes, and that remains to this day. The support services officer is the approval authority for activation of the critical incident program.
And you did, and you were the one to approve it in this case, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then just generally speaking, once a critical incident is underway, you told us that you would be briefed as to what was happening by the critical incident commander as that person had time as things are unfolding. Is that how it works?
Yes, that's correct. I received many phone calls day and night from the on-call critical incident commander over the course of my time here in Nova Scotia, and it was always a very quick conversation. It was just seeking approval authority. By the time that call was made, in all cases, the critical incident resources had already been notified to start to get ready. And then those conversations, or that approval conversation, they're always very short. I always ask that when you have time, can you please provide me an update when you're available or when you're able to do so?
In turn, it's your responsibility to then update the crops officer as you learn new information?
Yeah, so my normal practice would be as soon as I would receive a call and I would activate the critical incident program, I would send a message to the criminal operations officer, Chris Leather, notifying him that we've activated the critical incident program somewhere in the province.
You've given more detail about the role of the SSO, both in your witness interview and also in feedback you provided to a draft version of the structure of policing report that was filed as the first exhibit to this commission. And I'm going to ask Madam Registrar, could then Superintendent Campbell's feedback on the structure of policing report please be made an exhibit? It may be a supporting document already to that report, but it's COMM 0043164.
That's Exhibit 3899.
Thank you. Turning then to the family liaison officer, in your interview, you talked about the RCMP liaison to the families, the victims, and those most affected. You met with the families yourself at times, and then there was an officer assigned for that role, right?
Yes, there was an officer assigned, yes.
And you told us that after the mass casualty, Constable Bent was assigned to that role.
Yes, not by me, but by the command. Well, I call it the command triangle, and if it hasn't been explained, that would include the team commander, the primary investigator, and file coordinator would assign which roles to which individuals within the team.
Do you know why Constable Bent in particular was chosen for that role?
Do I know why he was? I believe that Constable Bent was chosen for that role based on his personality. He seems to be a individual who is easy to talk to, and he seems to get along with others.
Other than his personality, did he have any specific training for that role?
Not that I'm aware of, no. However, if major crimes members, for every homicide investigation, a singular homicide investigation, or if there were, more than one victim, and normally not to this scope, there will always be one of the members of the coordinating investigative team that's assigned to liaise with the victim family.
Does the RCMP have training specific to family liaison work?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
How was it decided that only one officer should be assigned to this role?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, in a normal case where there's a single victim, it normally wouldn't require any more than one. In this particular case, obviously there were several victims, and I was concerned about the fact that with so many victims that we would require more than one for a number of reasons. One, because of the fact that with all of those families, they would require a significant amount of connectivity and attention. And secondly, for the individual member themselves, it's a heavy burden to carry, even with a singular, victim incident. And I did have a good discussion with the investigative team about that, and that included, commentary from Skipper, and they felt that Skipper was capable of being able to do this.
The Skipper is Constable Bent.
Sorry, yes, my apologies. Everyone seems to have a nickname here, and I don't know if Skipper even responds to his own name. I've always called him Skipper.
Do you think it was too much for one officer?
I think that it's a lot. As I mentioned, it's a very heavy, intensive job for one person to do.
From where you sit today, can you give us your assessment of the RCMP's family liaison work after the April 2020 mass casualty events?
Well, sitting here today, I mean, clearly there have been many questions and concerns that have been raised with respect to that. And in retrospect, when it comes to a mass casualty incident, there always needs to be a police liaison because the victims and the families will, and survivors, and the public, but particularly what we're talking about is liaison with victim families and survivors. They will always have a number of questions, and that the source of information that they're looking for will come from the police. But there needs to be a very focused and purposeful machine, a team that is brought in that would combine both police resources as well as professionals who have been specifically trained and have perhaps experienced similar situations before in the past that could be immobilized, whether it be a natural disaster where there's a catastrophic loss of life, like a plane crash or a weather event or fires, to a criminal event. There needs to be a combined effort.
You mentioned specialized training. Is there further training that you've identified to assist family liaison officers since the mass casualty events?
Well, I would imagine that, and I'm not fully aware because it's never been a stream or a part of my career progression. But I would suspect that within the federal policing environment, under national security, the prospects of a mass casualty incident through a terrorism event, I would imagine that there has been some work or some thought put towards the management. I would think also that the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police may have some committee work that they have done in the past on supporting victims, survivors, post a mass casualty event.
If the commission did want to learn more about what, if any, training is in place for that role, would the chief learning officer be the right person to ask?
I'm sorry.
Because you're telling us you're not aware yourself necessarily of what might be in place. Is the chief learning officer the right person to ask?
I'm not aware of any specific training that has been focused specifically on managing victim family liaison in a mass casualty event. And that might be, and I again, it's not my area where I have spent any time in my career, but I would imagine that if they haven't done much work around that, it would be because of the fact that mass casualty events are not that frequent. However, that doesn't mean that you don't still proceed further with identifying appropriate training in the event of a situation like this.
Turning to information management during a critical incident, you'd agree with me that during a critical incident, there's a high volume of information coming into the critical incident commander, right?
That's correct.
And so the CIC is the officer who's in charge of the scene and making important decisions, right?
Yes, CIC is, to frame it up properly, it wouldn't be the CIC is in charge of the scene. The CIC is in command of the operation. And there would be, in a normal critical incident, where you would have a singular individual or a small group of individuals that were localized, there would still be a lot of information, and the decision-making will go ultimately up through that critical incident commander.
So the CIC should be receiving important information from the witnesses, from general duty members in as close to real time as possible, right?
Yes, in an ideal situation, absolutely.
And who's responsible for ensuring the CIC gets crucial information?
Well, I know that the CIC is supported. We don't have a single person that would be in a command post. There would be a team of people supporting that critical incident commander. For example, the critical incident commander is in charge of the critical incident package, as we call it. So they would have command authority over every resource, but they would be relying on the expertise and the input from other individuals, for example, crisis negotiators, who might be part of that critical incident package. So there would be a number of individuals that would be supporting the CIC in their decision-making and their awareness.
Who triages the information and decides what's important both before and after it gets to the CIC?
I think it's important that everyone would understand that I'm not a critical incident commander. I've never been trained as a CIC. So in fairness, a lot of the things that you're asking me are things that I myself I don't want to mislead anyone by giving information that might not be exactly how it works within that structure. My background has mainly been in homicide investigation, which does follow a parallel type structure. But the way I would understand it in terms of who is responsible, I think that everyone that's involved is responsible for feeding information to the critical incident commander.
But you were the senior officer being briefed by the CIC. And so that is another responsibility the CIC has while the critical incident is going on to brief up the chain, right?
It is, but the critical incident commander at any time can delegate a responsibility to someone. For example, and to me this just makes sense. If it's an unfolding and an active incident, and the critical incident commander needs to make sure that they are completely free to make their decisions. If there is a notification that needs to take place, then they can delegate that to someone to actually make that call.
Sometimes the CIC simply doesn't have time to brief senior officers in real time.
Well, the reality is that in the course of my time in Nova Scotia, often I'm waiting to hear more information, and there are times when, by the time that I've been updated, the incident is over, and I'm being notified of how that incident had actually finished. And that's largely, I think, based on the fact that they are very occupied.
If you get the sense there might be important things going on that you don't know about, are there things you should be doing to proactively get information as a critical incident unfolds, or is it completely passive while it's happening?
Well, I've always, when you're talking about active or proactive versus passive, me phoning in to the critical incident commander, I could be phoning in at the most inconvenient time. And I really respect the authority of the critical incident commander and the fact that they're there to make decisions. And it's always clear as part of that activation phone call, when you have the time to update me, then please let me know what's going on.
Where is the training for RCMP CICs done?
Training for all critical incident commanders in the RCMP is done at the Canadian Police College. And in fact, it's not just the RCMP. There are many police forces across Canada that train at the Canadian Police College that take the actual, I think it's a 10-day program, critical incident commander training. That training is, or the instructors are both RCMP members as well as members from other police agencies across the country.
Chief David McNeil of Truro told the Commission about ICS training. Can you explain what that is and how it's different from the CIC training at the Canadian Police College?
Yes, very different. In fact, they're not the same thing.
What does ICS stand for?
Incident Command Systems. So ICS training is more about it's training that deals with multiple agencies. There's various levels. There's a 100 level, 200 level, 300 level, and 400 level. And a lot of that training would surround activations of things like ground search and rescue, multi-agency responses to natural disasters, hurricanes, fires, floods, that type of incident. And it's a common operating system or constant or not constant, but equivalent languages used, equivalent structures. It's very logistical based. It's operations based. There's a number of programs under ICS. Critical incident training and critical incident command is very different. It's specific to an unfolding critical incident. Things like when you have an armed and barricaded individual, hostage taking, an active shooter, etc. You will not use ICS to respond to a critical incident. You will use a critical incident commander.
Do you have ICS training yourself?
I do have ICS training. I believe I have ICS training levels 100, 200, and 300. And the reason why I have that training is that I'm also an accredited major case management team commander. And as part of my accreditation process for an awareness level of ICS, I was required to take the levels 1, 2, and 3.
I appreciate you told us you don't have the CIC training yourself, but are you able to describe the training, the gist of the training provided to RCMP members and officers about information management specifically during a critical incident?
No, I don't, because I've never attended that training. As I mentioned, it's I believe it's a 10-day training program, which would be over a 2-week period, 10 days meaning the Monday to Friday. That would take place at the Canadian Police College, and then that would be followed by an understudy period where a newly trained critical incident commander would be paired up or partnered up with an experienced critical incident commander. But specifically in terms of flow of information, what they cover during the course training standards, I wouldn't have any awareness in and around that specifically in terms of the training.
You said in your interview that it's the CIC's decision what to make public during a critical incident. Prior to the mass casualty, was there any training in the CPC CIC course about public alerting?
So as far as I'm aware, there was not. And the reason why I can say that is that when I went to Halifax District, there was one of our staff sergeants that had actually attended the Canadian Police College Critical Incident Commander's course. And upon his return to the division, I was interested in what the public notification or public alerting components of the Critical Incident Commander course looked like. And he told me at that time that there was no component in terms of public alerting.
And that was after the events?
That was after the events, yes.
And did you do anything after you learned that?
I did. I had conversations with what we call Contract and Indigenous Policing. You might hear the acronym CNIP in Ottawa. Under that, there is a unit that's called Operational Response and Readiness, or ORR, if you hear of that acronym. ORR is responsible for all of the critical incident components. For example, ERT, CICs, negotiators, etc. And I flagged that because I saw that as a significant issue.
Who did you flag it to?
At that time, and I might be still to this day, Superintendent Phil Liu is in charge of the critical incident program.
That's LUE?
LUE, yes, that's correct. Out of Operational Response and Readiness, which then resulted in a teleconference that I participated in with principals within the Canadian Police College, as well as Superintendent Liu and others from National Learning and Development, where we had a discussion in and around the absence of public alerting during critical incidents from that Critical Incident Command course.
Do you know whether it's now been added to the course?
I'm sorry, there's a really bad echo in this room.
Do you know whether that's been added to the course?
Yes, I am aware that it actually has now been added to the course. I believe that there's a module that prospective candidates have to complete. And the reason why, as I understood it through that teleconference, I wouldn't call it a reluctance, but the fact that that was missing from their course training standard is that every province has some nuances in terms of public alerting. And what they've asked the candidates to do is to do a module in terms of their provincial alerting systems, because some provinces have direct access now, whereas other provinces to this day, as I understand it, do not. So those nuances need to be explored before they come to the course, and then they discuss it, as I understand it now, during the course, because ultimately these critical incident commanders are going to have to work within the frameworks within each of their respective provinces.
The challenge of dealing with the influx of information in a critical incident has been identified before, and it was identified before these events. For example, after the 2014 shooting in Moncton. In the McNeil review after that case, I just want to take you to something that was said. Madam Registrar, can I please ask you to pull up Exhibit P001628, which is COM 00500842, which is the McNeil review report. Page 65 of the PDF counter, please. So this is under command and control. It says the greatest impediments to providing command and control during this incident was a lack of communication and poor situational awareness. Supervisors require information to direct and manage resources. Members require it for tactical decision-making, risk assessments, and safety. This information sharing did not always take place, hampering proper management of the incident at all levels. Research on active shooting incidents found that when command and control is not formally established, the failure to share information across responder groups increases. This results in potential information gaps causing substantial delays in response. Delays subsequently stem from the lack of a common operating picture, COP, necessary to effectively manage available resources. The safety of first responders can also be compromised without clear communication regarding secure zones and the status of the shooter or shooters, end quote. Between this McNeil review from the aftermath of the 2014 Moncton shooting and the mass casualty event, April 18th and 19th, 2020, are you aware of any changes the RCMP made to better prepare for interpreting, acting upon, and sharing information during a critical incident?
I would say that the implementation of the risk manager program within the Operational Communication Center would have been a measure to hopefully reduce the amount of confusion and situational awareness. The risk managers were in place before I arrived here in Nova Scotia, so I'm not sure exactly when they were implemented, but I understand that New Brunswick was one of the first divisions to implement the risk manager program, because the reality is that when an active event commences, the first responding members, the patrol members, and the Operational Communication Center will be the first people aware of the incident that's unfolding. And it will take some time for the activation of all these specialized resources like the Critical Incident Program. So there will be this natural disadvantage, I would say, that you're coming into a situation after it's already started. So I would say that the application of the risk manager program was designed to help alleviate some of that, but there's no such thing as perfect. And clearly there were things that were missed along the way that weren't necessarily fully understood by the critical incident commander by the time the critical incident commander was in a position to take command authority. In terms of other things that might have been implemented specific to that, I don't believe that there was much other than maybe just an awareness. I think that one of the issues is that when we think about like a lot of our training, or training with respect to critical incident response, the normal critical incident response is usually a singular individual who is barricaded in a residence. It's fairly controlled, it's fairly contained. The information would be, and if you're dealing with not as much carnage, there would be less confusion. But in this particular case, with the level of devastation and how things were unfolding in the manner in which they were, I think that added to the complexity, and it certainly added to the challenges in terms of communicating that information and funneling that directly to the critical incident commander.
So I understand you to be saying that the fact that the shooter was mobile in this case was unusual and perhaps not the scenario that people would have been training for when they think about critical incidents?
I would say, and again, I'm not a critical incident commander, so what scenarios the critical incident commanders play out in terms of their training, but I would say that the majority of their experience would be contained, focused, critical incident ops. I do believe that a mobile active shooter who has been active, dormant, reactivated is not a common event. And since April of 2020, I've been scouring the internet looking for similar events and circumstances to try to see how those events played out. And there is not much out there in terms of active, dormant, active, mobile. And then, of course, you add in the fact that an offender is operating a fully marked replica police vehicle. I could find one incident in Albuquerque, New Mexico, where an individual had stolen a police car that, of course, they could track. But this was a very unique circumstance.
By April 2020, was the RCMP in Nova Scotia any better prepared to deal with gathering and reacting to the flood of incoming information in a critical incident as a result of the McNeil review?
Yes, we are. And to expand on that, we will always establish a command post, and we have the ability to establish a command post at a fixed location during a critical incident. There are many critical incident commanders that feel that it might be best, and it's often left to the critical incident commander to establish that command post somewhere near the scene in a safe zone. Of course, we cover a lot of territory. I think there's 55,000 square kilometers that we cover in this province. And when you set up a command post in a remote location that is separated from your operational communication center, then naturally that separation is going to create some issues for you from a communications perspective. And then, of course, our headquarters is in Dartmouth. So there's a physical separation or a geographic separation amongst individuals who might have some level of responsibility or need for awareness. So one of the things that has changed since that time, and I'm sorry for going on at length setting the response to your question up, is that when we moved the Operational Communication Center from Truro to our headquarters in Dartmouth, that move was in play prior to April of 2020. But what we've created is a room, and I know it's an critical incident operations room. I think that's what it's, CIOR, again, another acronym. That's been established, and it's right outside of the Operational Communication Center. And what that allows is a number of things. It allows for the critical incident commander to be able to enter that room directly, as opposed to actually physically having to go to the scene. It allows for support personnel from the Operational Communication Center to go directly into that room as well. And then if there's a need for awareness by anyone within management of the division, they can actually attend that room as well. So you have a variety of necessary resources that are within a room that has access to all the mapping, all the CAD data, all the information, and also access to the risk manager as well, because it's physically co-located. So that is a significant improvement. And
are you aware whether that move had anything to do with the McNeil review, or was that just something that was happening anyway?
Well, that move was a result of our move from Truro to the OCC. However,
that move happened after these events in 2020, right?
Yes, that's correct. But of course, identifying the issues in terms of challenges with communication or missed opportunities due to challenges in communication through this incident was a driving factor behind trying to streamline and increase our capabilities in terms of communication during critical incident operations by creating this room.
So does the new setup allow the critical incident commander to have more direct access to things like being able to rehear what a witness said, or look at CAD reports and things like that?
Yes, it does. And it also allows for additional resources if required, because our headquarters building obviously has a significant number of resources attached to a variety of different units. And if we needed to scale up a number of resources for taskings, it would be easier to do from that location.
Are there different schools of thought as to whether a setup like that, a centralized location with a lot of resources attached to it, is better or worse than a command post set up closer to the scene?
I think it's case specific depending upon what incident that you are involved in. What I would say is that the close proximity to the Operational Communication Center is significantly important, and I think it's an improvement. But you may find that there's a critical incident commander that feels that the best command post, we also have a mobile command post that's outfitted that we can actually take and drop into a certain area. If the critical incident commander feels that it would be best to manage an operation from a location closer to the critical incident, we would leave that to the critical incident commander for the critical incident commander's decision. At the same time, though, we would still open up this critical incident operations room because if, for example, I wanted to go down to get real-time information, I'd be able to do that in a location like that. So we would still open it.
So it's not an either or, right? You could have both.
We could have both, yes.
And so I understand you to be saying the centralized space allows senior officers as well to have more direct access to information. And does that mean you might be able to get access to information without having to disturb the CIC who's in the middle of a lot of other things?
Yes, you definitely don't want to be disturbing that CIC in terms of their decisions that they have to make. And it would be more for senior officers just for situational awareness. And for example, if it was obvious that we needed to call in more resources, we could alleviate some of those pressures for the critical incident commander. But it would be more from a situational awareness perspective for the senior managers.
The Commission has heard from the two on-call CICs on April 18th, 2020, Staff Sergeant West and Staff Sergeant Kevin Surratt. It doesn't appear from their testimony that the McNeil report was required reading for them. I'm just going to read you what they said. This is from the hearing transcript of May 18th, 2022 at page 189. Madam Registrar's got it up on screen there. Ms. Miller asked, and they were testifying together. Ms. Miller asked, did either of you have an opportunity to read the McNeil report after it was published? Staff Sergeant Surratt replied, I read parts of it. Ms. Miller said, okay. Staff Sergeant Jeff West said, I did as well, but it was quite some time ago. Ms. Miller asked, and did you read parts of it on your own, or was it in the context of training that was provided to you through the RCMP? Staff Sergeant Kevin Surratt said, on my own in my case. Staff Sergeant Jeff West said, on my own. So is it correct to your knowledge that CICs weren't required to read the McNeil report?
I'm not aware myself in terms of their requirements and with respect to the McNeil report. I can't answer to that, but I do know because I had attended and met with our critical incident commanders shortly after I arrived here in Nova Scotia. They would often have, I wouldn't call them training sessions, but almost like debriefings in terms of the program, succession planning, things that were new on the horizon. They would meet, and I don't know exactly how many times per year that they would meet together, all of them collectively. I know that they still do this to this day. At the time of the mass casualty event, Staff Sergeant West was the coordinator of the critical incident program. And I think before that, it was Staff Sergeant McGilvery that was. So it had been passed over to Jeff West. So Jeff would have been one of the key individuals that would have communicated changes or communicated issues. And of course, they would also communicate issues with the Operational Response and Readiness group out of Ottawa, the Contract Indigenous Policing, ORR, that I mentioned. There's connectivity between the critical incident program and ORR because that's where they get their direction in terms of critical incident best practices.
So the ORR is a potential source of accumulating wisdom and making sure people are trained on it, right?
They are, but under the contract in Indigenous policing, I'm quite aware, because I was in Ottawa at that time, serving in our national headquarters. The National Criminal Operations Officer of the day was responsible for responding to all of the McNeil recommendations. And that National Criminal Operations Officer is one of several chief superintendents that report up to the Assistant Commissioner of Contract and Indigenous Policing.
Do you think that CICs should have been required to be the McNeil report or be trained on it as a mandatory thing to learn from past experiences with information management challenges?
I do believe that there is a lot of value in reading the reports. Like any policy instrument or report, it's part of your ongoing learning. You should be reading through them, whether it's, for investigators, it's case law. Or best practices or advancements in science, DNA analysis, whatever the case might be. Critical incident commanders, you would want to pay attention to looking at after action reports or independent reviews as a common practice to better position yourself as a critical incident commander. So I do believe that there should be a requirement to make sure that you've read through it. You've read me Jeff West's statement where Jeff said that he had read it at one point in time and that Staff Sergeant Surratt had read portions of it as well. But a formalized process to ensure that they're signed off, that they've read it, I think would be of value, yes.
In your interview, we discussed what type of debriefing you had with the CICs. That was your witness interview transcript that's COM 0059935 that was made in an exhibit this morning. Just bring that up on screen and looking at page 32. And I was asking you so this is on your second day of interviews, and I was saying, you told us last time there wasn't an overall after action report. Did you ever receive a report from Staff Sergeant West or McGillivray in the nature of a debrief or other report from the CIC perspective? And you said the only thing that I never received anything in writing, but I know I would have it in my notes, and I just don't remember the day. But I remember asking all of the principals, meaning many of the people that were involved in the response, just to get into a room so that I could get my head around the timing of everything. So we did have a meeting, and there were several that were in attendance: the CICs, Jeff West, McGillivray, Surratt. I remember, a number of the advisory NCOs from Northeast Nova. And so in that meeting, were there gaps discussed or areas where you talked about where the response went well? Yeah,
so there were actually, when I look at that, there weren't formalized meetings per se, but I remember attending Bible Hill Detachment after I had been to a few of the scenes. So I made my way to Bible Hill. And I did have a conversation with, there were a number of people that were in the room. There was Staff Sergeant West, Staff Sergeant McGillivray, Staff Sergeant Surratt, Staff Sergeant, I believe, McCallum. There were the division advisory NCOs that were in the room, Inspector Bell, Staff Sergeant Halliday. I went to see how they were. And then they talked about it. It was clear to me the level of devastation on their faces and the tone of the room. I had a couple of one-on-one conversations with a few of those individuals as well. But what I was speaking of in my interview was a meeting that I had called to try to bring everyone that seemed to have played a role in the critical incident response, not necessarily the first responders, but those that were in some level of management, to essentially go through a timeline. And it would be in my notes, and I don't remember the specific day, but the focus of that was to get my head around what people knew and when they knew it, and what they did about the things that they knew, to try to get a better sense of the timeline of the events, because it was complicated. There was a lot of information out there that I was trying to understand and distill, and that was one of the best ways for me to be able to try to have that conversation with those individuals, the principals, as I called them, in the room. And I remember we had that in the Burkholder briefing room in the headquarters in Dartmouth. And there was probably at least 20 people in the room at that time, including some of our emergency response team members.
Other than your notes, are there any reports or memos that came out of that meeting?
Well, I would imagine that all those that were in the meeting may or should have made some level of notes about that meeting as well. Again, the focus for me was to try to get my head wrapped around the response and the key points of it.
But there was no central memo or anything summarizing any key learnings, for example, that might have come out of that meeting?
Okay, so I understand the question that you're asking. No, not specific to that, but I would like to offer that on a number of occasions, I had approached our contract Indigenous policing unit in Ottawa, operational response and readiness, and what I felt I needed as a manager of multiple programs, which included the critical incident program, was an independent assessment of the response. That would be done by accredited and trained critical incident commanders, particularly from outside the RCMP, trained at the Canadian Police College, to look at the response. And I'd asked for that on a number of occasions.
Who did you ask?
That request went through at that time. I know that Chief Superintendent John Robin was liaising with NHQ in Ottawa, Critical Incident Program, ORR, CNIP, about that request. I'd sent a number of emails. They should be as a part of my disclosed emails as well, where I laid out what it is that I was looking for. That would be all in my disclosed emails.
Would there be any other documents, like a formal request, that might have recorded this request?
I did author a formal letter, and further to Chief Superintendent Robin, I did have a conversation with Chief Superintendent Jamie Salem. I'll spell the name, S-O-L-E-S-M-E, about this request. I believe that Chief Superintendent Salem has just recently retired. I would have had at least one or two conversations, and I did forward a memo formalizing my request.
And
that would have went into
that letter and memo. Have you produced that to the commission?
Well, it would be all part of the investigative holdings that would have been disclosed to DOJ. I can't speak to where that is, but the reason why I brought up Chief Superintendent Robin is that Chief Superintendent Robin was fully aware that I was making a request for that review.
As the SSO, or even when you were acting Chief Superintendent after that, could you not have ordered a review of the events?
I think that my memo made it very clear. I had articulated the rationale for why I wanted that review to be done. And as I mentioned before, ORR, Operational Response and Readiness, fell under Contracts Indigenous Policing and Chief Superintendent Salem. And they were in agreement, but I also sensed from the responses that I was receiving is that that was being elevated up through to the Assistant Commissioner in Contract Indigenous Policing, to the Deputy Commissioner of Contract Indigenous Policing.
Who's that?
Deputy Commissioner Brian Brennan is the Deputy Commissioner, and Assistant Commissioner Dennis Daly is the Assistant Commissioner of Contract and Indigenous Policing. And the responses that I was receiving at that time is that, you know, the Mass Casualty Commission had been established, and that part of the role of the Mass Casualty Commission was to look at the response. And there were some questions in and around, are we not duplicating efforts here?
Did you receive a formal response, a formal no?
I don't think I ever received a formal response in writing. There might be an email. I can't recall exactly. But I'll be honest, I was disappointed because for me as a program manager, I saw utility and value in having other Canadian critical incident commanders look at what we did to identify what we did properly and to identify any gaps that could be addressed immediately.
So that's your request through national headquarters, but could you not have ordered at least an H division level review?
Well, to order an H division level review would require that I would have to go outside this division. I think it's critically important to have individuals who are not, one, involved, or two, have no connection. And the reason why I feel that's important is that in one of my previous roles, I was the officer in charge of the National Office of Investigative Standards and Practices, which is a major case review body that would look at major cases, particularly homicide cases or serial predator cases, and do reviews of those investigations. But I would always select individuals that had no connection because that objectivity and independence is very important. That's why I needed the engagement of the national program to be able to independently identify the proper individuals to be able to do that important review.
And so for the aftermath of the mass casualty events, did you appeal directly to that body you were telling us about in Ottawa for a review, or is that just not the channel to take?
I formalized it. I put it in writing that I wish to have that review completed by independent and objective critical incident commanders to look at that response. There were a number of, and I think it would be fair to provide some additional context. In terms of independent reviews, there were several independent reviews that were ongoing, many of which were focused more on safety areas. ESDC, Employment Social Development Canada, does investigations, independent investigations when there is a workplace death or an injury. So that was ongoing. That wasn't what I needed. That wasn't what I was looking for. There's what we call the HOIT team, which is the Hazardous Occurrence Investigative Team, which is internal, that looks again at workplace injuries and death, and they try to implement recommendations to increase the level of safety and functionality going forward. That was ongoing, but HOIT's focus would not be what I needed on the critical incident side.
Back to your meeting with the critical incident commanders, you told us there wasn't a formalized summary coming out of that other than people might have taken their own notes, but were there any recommendations coming out of that meeting?
There were a lot of issues. When I say issues, gripes, concerns that were relayed, as well as just a sense of disillusionment by people, because I can say this, I've looked every one of them in the eye, and I do believe that every one of them did everything that they could possibly do. They did their best, and they felt awful about what had happened. You know, for example, when I talk about gripes or issues that were raised, it was about just the scale and the scope and the enormity of the event and how possibly we could respond then and into the future with so many factors. There was a sense of that there.
You said you went into that meeting wanting to get your head around it and have a debrief and learn about who knew what, when, and so on. From the information you gathered from the CICs at that meeting, was there anything that you did as a result?
Well, I can tell you I walked away from that meeting with a much greater level of understanding of what everyone had been through. And I think an appreciation for individually and collectively, many of them actually had made and what they had personally encountered. There were many things that I did after the fact in terms of resourcing and moving of resources in and around to better support the critical incident program, because that's what I was responsible for. In terms of the general duty responses on the front line, that was not my area of responsibility. That would have fallen under the district policing officers. So I would have had much less involvement in implementing any changes post April of 2020. But specific to my area, there were a number of changes, particularly in and around critical incident program resourcing and support.
Can you describe any changes that were made since the events that you know of?
Well, there's been a number of changes. As I mentioned earlier, I believe it's 54,000 or 55,000 square kilometers that we cover. And one of the immediate changes that I made post-Portapic was moving certain resources that were, I would call them part-time resources attached to the ERT team, into the ERT team as a full-time resource.
Just to stop you there for a second. So when you say part-time resources, am I correct that what that means is these are members, RCMP members who have a regular day job, and then they're also on the ERT team to be deployed as necessary? Is that
There are
right?
many programs within the provincial policing environment that are what I would call hybrid teams. You will have a certain level of full-time resources, and then we will train members to a certain level to become part of a team as an ad hoc member, called upon if and when required.
Okay.
They will have a substantive position, and then if there's an activation, they will leave that substantive position and they will join the critical incident team.
I interrupted you to explain that, but please carry on to tell us more about the changes that took place in H Division.
So, yeah, many changes, particularly in around critical incident or ERT resourcing. At that time, there were 6 fully funded positions. When I say fully funded positions, we call them FTEs or full-time equivalents. Funded, 3 of them were funded through the federal program, because the federal footprint of the RCMP in Nova Scotia uses the ERT team. So federal policing would fund 3 positions for full-time. The contract or the province at that time were funding 3 full-time positions provincially. So we had 6 resources that were dedicated as full-time ERT resources, which would include the team leader.
When you say resources, you mean people?
People.
Yeah.
Yes, people. On top of those 6 resources, we had pressure funded 6 what we call STE or surplus to establishment positions. That means that there is no funding attached to those positions. We would basically not do something else to fund the salary dollars for individuals, and to alleviate the pressures that we put on our frontline resources, these STE or pressure funded positions, with their level of training that they're required to do within their program, with the number of callouts that they're always out on. Even though they would have a substantive position, we were pressure funding 6 of these positions across the province. I believe that 3 to 4 of them were in the districts within an hour's drive of Halifax or Dartmouth. Probably 2 of them might have been in Halifax district, and 1 in Southwest Nova and 1 in Northeast Nova. And then the remainder of the positions were under support services. Programs that I would have under my area of responsibility, like Provincial Traffic Services Unit.
And how many ERT team members is there supposed to be total?
Well, in a perfect world, there was a modernization. There were 2 iterations of a modernization review that were completed. I think the last one in either 2018 or 19. And the recommendation is that each provincial ERT team should have 18 resources, full-time.
Have there ever been 18 full-time H Division ERT team members?
Full-time, no. No. So at the time of April 2020, you had 6 full-time, 3 funded by the federal government, 3 funded by the province. The RCMP internally were pressure funding 6 positions, and then we had additional part-timers. So we were sitting in and around 12 to 14 ERT members. So to answer your question, the first thing I did is I communicated with those district policing officers, and I dragged those STE resources within the districts and made them full-time. Like I was done with having them responding in a general duty capacity in a district, because in reality, between their mandatory training and between their call-outs, they really weren't resources attached to those units. They were, I would say, probably 70% of the time occupied, if not better, within the ERT call-outs in the ERT program. So I brought them back, to the center, and then we started building. Again, resubmitting business cases for normalizing. We use the terminology normalizing. If you take a pressure-funded position, you need to go to the province and ask for funding to normalize that position. So reestablishing the business cases to start building up the capacity over on the emergency response team side. That was a focus area by myself and Don Moser and the team leader within the ERT program and other individuals within the ERT program, because I did believe in that modernization study. The expectations of the police in terms of critical incident response are high, and they should be. And these teams need to be prepared and ready. And the only way we can be prepared and ready is if we have the necessary number of resources to ensure that we have adequate coverage and that they are given the opportunity to be able to train, deploy, and then rest.
The
Because this
training
team
is
does not get any
significant,
rest.
isn't it? It's something like 40 hours a month that they have to do to maintain their specialization in the ERT team.
Sorry,
It's a high, do you know the number of hours roughly that an ERT team member has to train for?
well, every ERT team member goes through a selection process. And that selection process is actually quite rigorous. So they determine their suitability for the program. And then once they are selected, they are brought on to the team, not full-time, but they will train with the team and they'll prepare for their basic course, which is done in Ottawa. That's the basic ERT training course. And I believe it's now sitting at 9 weeks, where they will train to become a basic assaulter in an
What
ERT team.
about on an ongoing basis?
An ongoing basis. So, and this might be part of the modernization study as well as the McNeil recommendations. But our ERT teams, I have a lot of faith and confidence in them, and I do believe in the level of training that they receive. They train at minimum as a team together for 40 hours per week. That is mandatory training.
Per week or per month?
Sorry, I'm sorry, 40 hours per month, which means that 1 week out of every month is spent specifically on training. In addition to that, there's a number of specialties within the ERT program. There are snipers, there's tubular assault, there's aircraft interdiction, there is marine operations and shipboarding. There are a number of things that, and rappelling. So there's also add-ons to that 40 hours that they're required to train. And not only do they have to do that, but they also have to maintain their operational skills maintenance training, which is the OSM training or the ongoing mandatory training that every operational member of the RCMP has to fulfill. So they do all of that training as well on top of all of their training. So between their mandatory training and their callouts, there is no downtime for these individuals.
Are there any other changes since the events that you wanted to tell the commissioners about?
I mentioned the area that we have to cover. So
I'm
one,
sorry, I didn't hear you. You mentioned, I didn't hear what you said.
well, I mentioned about the geography that we're required to cover.
Yes.
And the first element to trying to make a change in terms of critical incident response, specifically ERT is what I'm talking about right now, was building up capacity and ensuring that we had unfettered access to the necessary numbers of ERT members. further to that is to be able to get them faster to all points within the province, which would be everywhere from the northern tip of Cape Breton Island to the southern tip of the province. We need to be able to get those resources and their equipment to those locations much quicker. And it's not just the ERT team, it's the critical incident commanders, it's the police service dogs, it's the emergency, the EMRT, the emergency medical response technicians who are part of the ERT team. It's all of those resources. So we've done a fair amount of work, and thankfully with the province, with the Department of Natural Resources, in securing an MOU between the Department of Justice, Nova Scotia, and Department of Natural Resources for accessing their fleet of helicopters to be able to move those resources a little bit quicker amongst the province. We're never going to get around the amount of time that it's going to take to transport a tactical armored vehicle or a rescue armored vehicle to a scene. If I need to go to Meat Cove, it's going to take several hours to get there. If I have to get them to Yarmouth, it's going to take several hours for that equipment to get there. And we can't get around that, but we might be able to get what we call an immediate action response team to an area a little bit faster because they have some specialized equipment and some specialized training. Not ideal because we want that package to roll as a full team, but getting them there a little bit quicker is better. So we've done that. And of course, we have our existing agreements that we have with other RCMP or emergency response teams across the province. We've smoothed out some of the logistical wrinkles in terms of engaging backup teams. Since April of 2020, we've relied on teams from the national headquarters region to backfill, because the reality is that if you're involved in a protracted critical incident operation, your people need to be on shift for a certain period of time, then you need to stand them down and replace them with another team that's ready to take over. So there's a rotating operational period that you need to make sure you maintain those operations and keep those people safe and fresh. So we've ironed out a lot of those logistical issues in terms of backfilling. We continue to utilize our emergency response team relationships with the emergency response team in New Brunswick. We are often co-training with them. There's been a focused effort. I've asked Inspector Moser to ensure that we have more training and familiarity with the other two emergency response teams in this province, that being the Halifax Regional Police Service Emergency Response Team, as well as the Cape Breton Regional Police, inviting each other to some of their training sessions so that we have a greater level of familiarity with those teams in an effort to reach what I would hope to be true interoperability, where we can actually deploy teams either together in an integrated fashion or at least be able to hand off through operational periods as well.
I don't need to take you to it, but you did mention in that same interview that we just saw on page 33 about your request to Ottawa for an independent review. Would that request have gone through the CROPS officer, Chris Leather, or the commanding officer in H Division, or did you send it directly to national headquarters?
No, I sent that directly, but I'm convinced that Chief Superintendent Leather would have had awareness.
Did you advise him that you had made that request?
Oh yes, I would have had discussions with Chris Leather about that.
Do you recall his response?
I don't know, other than, you know, we were, I wouldn't want to say at the mercy, but we were depending on Ottawa to be able to independently identify those resources to be able to do that review. I can't remember Chris's perspective on the outcome of that, and the fact that that did not move forward as I wished. But I do remember that Chris was supportive of the fact that that review was being requested.
Do you know if he did anything to escalate the request?
Chris Leather?
Yes.
I can't speak for Chris Leather. I don't know whether Chris had engaged in further discussions about it. I do know that, as I mentioned earlier, Chief Superintendent John Robin was sort of the connection point between Contract and Indigenous Policing in Ottawa and DOJ Canada. He was engaged in conversations specific about that.
What about Assistant Commissioner Lee Bergerman? Was she supportive and aware of this request?
I'm not aware if Chief Superintendent or Assistant Commissioner Bergerman was fully dialed in to that request. I don't know.
Would it not have assisted to have her support for this request if you were going to national headquarters?
Yeah, certainly it would. And, you know, Chief Superintendent Leather reported directly to Assistant Commissioner Bergerman, so I would imagine that they may have had conversations about that, but to speak to the level of support, what conversations took place, I would have to leave that to Chief Superintendent Leather and Assistant Commissioner Bergerman to provide that evidence.
But what was your thinking in not enlisting her in this effort? Wouldn't it have made sense to have your CO involved in asking for an independent review?
It does, and it could very well have come up within, the CEO would have weekly briefings, I believe it was Wednesdays that she would have them, where we would just report on a variety of issues. I could imagine, I can't imagine that I didn't mention my intent or my request to have an independent review done. I would be surprised if she didn't have any awareness of it.
Okay, but you did have the autonomy, obviously, to make that request on your own.
I do, yes.
Okay.
And even if I didn't, I would anyway.
So next, I'm going to actually take you to some examples from the mass casualty events of pieces of information so that we can try to do a bit of what you were trying to do in that meeting with the CICs to look at who knew what when and break it down a bit and discuss it in the larger context of how we can improve information flow in critical incidents. Since I'm moving into a different area, Commissioners, it's almost 11. Is this a convenient time for the morning break?
Yes, it is. Thank you so much. We'll break for 15 minutes.
Thank you. The proceedings are on break and will resume in 15 minutes.
That's your department, man. Ert is you. Fuck you talking about? Robin. Robin is up to his eyeballs in this one. I saw some questions in here respect to what I saw one about Indigenous policing. Talked about that before, right? So just a refresher for those who don't know, or sorry, for those of you who don't know, Indigenous policing is tied to contract policing. Is a very interesting position. Some interesting people mixed up in that. Hard to watch. Police dog services piece. So why was Bernard? Oh. Sorry, one moment. The critical incidents package, right? You know, you got Darren standing up there. He's like, oh, blah, 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 critical incident package deployed. Uh-huh. Okay. Then why was your crisis negotiator not activated? Who's Bernard? Why did he not know anything? Really? As to the BS as it continues to flow, going to be some people answering some serious questions here. Why is it that, that was why I tweeted about this morning. Right? Before Darren appeared. Why is it that it would be funny if they left the interviews? The MCC left the interviews till the last minute. Think about that. Number 3 in the province, in charge of PDS, all that bullshit. Why is it that he's not being interviewed? Excuse me? Till last month. Really? Who made that call? This is just like his affidavit. His affidavit was, funnily enough, betrayed a few details. At that point, then I knew the warehouse was out and they went to 200 because he betrayed some details in there. I know somebody's going to be very angry with me about the fact that I never did run through it completely. The affidavit wasn't issued, and the proximity and what happened around the affidavit and when it was issued. Very interesting. Lots of things going on around when the affidavit, it wasn't even reported for another week after it was filed. I should drop. I don't even know, these days I don't trust people for not changing stuff. Halifax Examiner had it up. So I'll drop that in. This was not filed. I went through some pieces of it. Anyways, I did go through some pieces of it and reviewed that. Okay, so there it is. I think it's still the same. Let me look. I'd have to go through it piece by piece, but always had very big questions about some of this. Who's Scott? This is not even his. Oh, did they fix it? Maybe McCallison. His RCMP works for RCMP. So if they ever even get to the details of this is an affidavit. It's sworn out, legally binding. So it better align with what he's saying. Better align. Passing the buck around here. Mentioned Brennan in there too, right? Brennan moved into contract policing from where? Head of Nova Scotia. Who replaced him? Lee. Lee doesn't know anything though. Look at Lee's notes. You going to tell me that? The head of the Nova Scotia RCMP? Let's have a look. I have more to say about. Here we go. Contract policing, but I'll leave that for a while. Here we go. Handwritten notes. Lee Bergerman. This is her notes. 1 page. The head of the province. Really? Well, either she's not very well liked, or we're getting snowed. There's not 1 page of notes. 7 o'clock, got a call from Chris. There's 3 entries. 3 entries. Talks about Stevenson. Not that I'm taking away from her family. Frankly, the fucking PR campaign that rolled out, which was vast. And not just in terms of Heidi Stevenson. That was one skirt. They used all kinds. Fucking Legacy and that goddamn fucking broadcast. People's bodies were still waiting. Come on. What are you guys doing? This is what the lengths that these people went to, and it's provable, demonstrable. I've proved it. Disgusting. To protect their organization. To protect what? He's talking about, oh, Benton won. Bent's MCU, come on. MCU investigator. Siloing all the fucking families in one. Except for who? The Banfield family. Who Bent has to go through a chain to get to. Right. That makes a lot of sense. Oh, they have to explain a lot. How about all the documents that are missing? Tons. RCMP throwing up all kinds of bullshit. One of the excuses I read was something about the PDF. They had some issues with the PDF system. Sorry, we can't give you those files because there's some problem with the PDF system. What are you talking about? These people are on like phone call speed dial with every fucking tech company in the world. And clean out Facebook, no problem. Access people's private Facebook groups, da-da-da-da-da. You're going to tell me you have some little tech issue with the fucking... Come on. Don't be pessimists on me, Darren. Yes, I don't like to say that because I don't want to upset her family. But it is gross. It's gross, man. They ripped down her monument right away, cleaned it out, bury everything. Only use her, when you're in shit. Move on to killer bees in the media. It was just all part of it anyway. Fucking joke, man. Larkin. Yeah, Larkin. How come Banfield's family gets all kinds of victim support services? There are multiple families in this one who didn't get victim services, counseling, etc. Right? Counseling? It was only, after a year and a half or something like that? Bent spun it out. The victim services support from underneath his wing. He had full control of every family. He was running around interrogating people. Subtly. Families. Gross, man. I agree with, you always have to look, right? But if this was an investigation, then it would have multiple officers on it independently. None of this shit is independent. There you go. Robin's right tied into it. He's right tied into handcuffs and all kinds of goo. That's why when I heard about the card, I'm like, holy shit, man. I got a phone call about that. Big problem. These people, when you start to dig through them, they're all connected. And what's that business that he said? I have to check that. But he went from number 3 down to Halifax, in charge of Halifax district. He didn't maintain control. Is that the way it went? Did I hear that correctly? He wasn't criminal operations support anymore? So he took a slight demotion for a while to replace who? Janice Gray? You know, the one who was helping tear apart his ex-wife out in BC. Terrible story. Horrific. All the BC shit. Yes, I see something in there, and yes, that's true. I would say. The villas, man, the villas. Can't mess with the villas. All about the villas. What's going on, man? Just some mistakes, just some money. Who is in charge of that? Recommendations. You see, they don't even follow through with the McNeil. Bunked it. Stuff. It's all just jokes. Yeah. We'll spend a whole bunch of money, of your money. We'll investigate it. Where's the fucking Hoyt investigation? Those are a couple of videos that I got banned too. The other investigation. McLaughlin, Sargent, poof, Cortez Island. They deleted that video on me. Will they even be allowed to ask questions? I don't know. Oh, if the MCC deems them all right, I believe they will be written. What the fuck are you talking about? But I think what I've got here is so telling. What I was tweeting about this morning, right? I didn't know.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will
talk
resume in
about
2
that, but-
minutes.
That should really scare the hell out of people. The amount of paperwork these people are burying, too. There's a file on it. Being the RCMP. Being the MCC. It goes through. It's a chain. And each one of them is filtering shit out, DOJ. I believe it's in writing. Written questions that have been pre-submitted. Really? Okay. All right. Last I'd heard unfettered, no interference, all on the table. as many lawyers as they want, whoever. No having to submit questions. That wasn't my understanding, but okay, fair enough. Look at all the shit that floated out when the affidavit floated out. They hardly reported it in the fucking media. Sat on it for a week, spun out all kinds of fucking garbage on the side. Distraction techniques. They constantly use them. These people are foul. We need some more positions. I had to laugh when he was talking about we have so many goddamn acronyms. Well, he didn't say that. Totally true. The guys are so busy setting up all kinds of other shit. Nobody even knows what the hell Balin's running over there in the background. And then they want to pass it off as a mistake. Yeah, sure. That's what's going on. Just a whole bunch of mistakes. Now we're drunk.
Welcome back. The proceedings
Whatever.
are again in session.
Thank you. Ms. Young? Thank you. Chief Superintendent, you can have a seat. Ms. Young?
Good morning again, Chief Superintendent Leather. I'm going to take you to a couple of examples where it appears that information during the mass casualty events was not passed on in real time. I realize you weren't there, and as explained, the goal here is to help us break down how the information should be passed on during a critical incident so that everyone can be best placed to manage the information next time, if there is a next time, unfortunately. And so one example is the information about the Blueberry Field Road, that there may have been an alternate exit out of Portapique. On April 18th, eyewitness Kate McDonald spoke with Constable Colford about another potential exit out of Portapique while they were waiting for an ambulance just outside of Portapique. The commission has heard that at 10:48:21 p.m. on April 18th, 2020, Constable Colford broadcast the following information over the Colchester radio. Madam Registrar, if we could bring up COM 0003806, that's Exhibit 54 at lines 423 to 25. Constable Colford says, Millbrook, if you guys want to have a look at the map, we're being told there's a road, some kind of a road that someone could come out before here, if they know the roads well. What the commission has not heard is any evidence of an acknowledgement over the air of Constable Colford's comments about an alternate exit. My question to you is, who is responsible for monitoring the radio at this time?
Well, I would say from my experience as a police officer, if I was responding to any kind of event, it's every member's responsibility to be listening to radio transmissions, because there might be something that's said that is quite important to hear. But also in my experience as a police officer, sometimes, particularly if you're responding to a critical incident or an unfolding incident, you can end up with tunnel vision, or you might not hear the things that you are hoping to hear, depending upon what's going on around you.
Is there a better way to relay information such as this to ensure that it's heard?
Well, I think the better way would be in an acknowledgement. For example, if I was broadcasting something that I felt was important, I would rebroadcast. And I'm not saying this to be critical of Constable Colford or anyone, but you might want to rebroadcast waiting for an acknowledgement if you believed it was important information.
And I suppose if the listener repeated back, for example, they could say, copy, alternate exit, or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, radio time is limited in terms of responding to any evolving or critical situation. So you're trying not to tie up the radio channels if someone has something very important to say.
And of course, this particular piece of information was very important because, as we know, for hours, the response was based on a more typical type of scenario, thinking that the perpetrator was contained in Portapique, right?
In my conversations with the critical incident commanders and others that had attended the scene, there was a belief that the offender was still in the area.
And so potential sources of information were Kate McDonald, Andrew McDonald, and there was also a driver of the car, a Mr. Faulkner, who saw the perpetrator in his vehicle and survived, and had some interaction with the general duty members on scene very early on. So should it have been a priority to get information from these witnesses as soon as possible, related to the risk manager and or the critical incident commander?
So my answer to that question would be absolutely. I mean, if you have an opportunity to gain as much information from an individual that was witness to an event or was a victim, certainly you would want that. To provide a little more context in the conversations I've had, or I certainly didn't know of this information prior to, and I've learned of this information since that time. But in terms of the individual that was following the McDonald's out of Portapique, I try to put myself into the situation that those members found themselves in. A number of them rushing in as an IR team, and then Constable Colford and one other member at that time dealing with the McDonald's, and their focus being making sure that that Mr. McDonald was going to be given some emergency medical assistance and transported to hospital, as well as that other witness that was leaving the area. Trying to move these people out of there. If they've confirmed that it's not the offender, if they believe there's an active threat in the area, they want to get them out of that area. But ideally, you would want to be able to make sure that you could come back to them, interview them as quickly as you can, so that you can get that important information.
Because they did tell him to call back and say he was a witness, but the RCMP never actually interviewed him. The commission interviewed him.
I'm not aware of the fact that he'd called back. But if he had called back, that should have been passed on to the investigative team. Now, if he'd called back that evening, I would imagine that there were a number of calls. So I know the Operational Communication Center was inundated with calls. It's not an excuse, it's a reality. However, they should have followed up, tasked that, and then sent that to an investigator to actually have a conversation with that individual.
And you'd agree with me that it would have been preferable for Mr. McDonald to be interviewed prior to 5 in the morning on April 19th when he was interviewed.
Yes, but again, once again, to provide some context, I've been in this situation myself many times when an individual has been injured and they're receiving medical treatment. I've been successful in actually taking a statement from them while they were in the middle of a medical treatment. And then there are other times when I've been kicked out of an emergency room or an operating room, trying to get critical information. So I don't know what transpired there or what that environment looked like. So I really can't speak to what may have led up to that delay till 5 o'clock in the morning.
Another piece of information that's worth tracing is the information about the replica cruiser, and the commissioners have already seen a foundational document detailing that. What I want to ask you about is just looking at how this information was gathered and shared among the police. Madam Registrar, if we could please see the foundational document, Confirmation of Replica RCMP Cruiser. It's already an exhibit P001036, beginning at paragraph 20 on page 19 of the PDF counter, page 18 of the document. And so this is what the commission has learned so far. So at Paragraph 20 says at 10:01 p.m. on April 18th, 2020, Jamie Blair called 911 to report that her neighbor was at her home and had shot her husband. She stated that there was a police car in her driveway. And so this is a quote from the transcript of the 911 call. Blair, there's a police car in the fucking driveway. There's a police car, but he's a denturist and drives like there's an RCMP. It's decked and labeled RCMP, but it's not a police officer. Paragraph 21, the RCMP Operational Communications Center is a public service answering point, and we see here the information being relayed. The operator initially stated that there was a 911 call about a shooting in Portapic, to which Constable Vassell responded, Bravo 06. The operator then said, it says here 911, husband shot and lying on the deck, SOC Gabriel. But it says there was an RCMP car in the yard. Constable Merchant responded, copy. And then at paragraph 33, which is page 23 and 24 of the PDF counter, in the 911 call from Kate and Andrew McDonald at 10:25 p.m., Kate McDonald said, oh my God, that's not a cop. That was posing as a cop. And we did talk about this in your interview. The first interview that was exhibited this morning, dated June 28, 2022, is COM 0059847. And we did discuss the flow of information in respect to the replica cruiser. You recall that?
Yes.
And so I just want to circle back to some of that with you and check your perspective on that. So on page, I believe it's page 65 of the June 28th interview, we were talking about the cruiser and the fact that there were early reports that a police car was involved. You said, again, a police car, what does that mean? And for me, what does that mean? I could drive down the road and I can pick out what I think is a police car. And then page 67, you said, and I can also empathize with anyone else that was trying to interpret what a police car meant to them and justifiably or reasonably what that could have been. Was it reasonable? Was it realistic that we're looking for a fully marked police car? And what's the most likely scenario is that it's either a vehicle that looks something like it, but to the degree in which the perpetrator created a full replica police car, that's not very normal. It's not what normally we would ever encounter. Should we be open to those possibilities? Absolutely, absolutely. But how realistic is that possibility? Much less realistic than a subdued marked vehicle or a ghost car looking vehicle, because people call those police cars. So my question to you is, based on the quote from Jamie Blair in the foundational document, would you still say it's not clear that the vehicle appeared to be an RCMP vehicle and not a ghost car or a decommissioned vehicle?
Well, you're asking me to interpret how the call taker received that information?
Just you looking at what we just saw, a direct quote from what Jamie Blair said, that it's a decked car labeled RCMP. She didn't say a white Taurus or a decommissioned vehicle. So, would you agree, looking at that, if you had received that information, would you have understood that we're looking at a replica or a CMP vehicle?
No, I wouldn't. And with all due respect to Mrs. Blair, she was encountering the most evil that she could ever encounter, and her ability to communicate, obviously, she was trying to do that desperately with the 911 operator. But what I didn't hear in that is she says it is an exact police car. So for me personally, if someone says it's a police car, and I'll give you an example. My new posting in Fredericton, my route to work, I take every morning, goes near it must be a provincial facility that has fleet vehicles. And there are a number of Ford Tauruses that are lined up along the roadway, and they have push bumpers on the front, they have cages in the back, and there's an emblem on the side of it. And to me, it looks like a police car.
But she said RCMP. So how do you explain the specific reference to RCMP and saying it's decked and there's a symbol on the side? This is all information that was provided by the eyewitnesses.
Yeah, well, I mean, it could have RCMP written on the side of it. It could have some decals, but you know, if I was to hear it is exactly like your cars, and again, with all due respect to Mrs. Blair, getting that information out is difficult. It would have been very difficult. And the questioning by the 911 operator wasn't specific. They didn't drill down into that because clearly they didn't have time to start drilling down into that specific piece of information because she was essentially faced with the threat right in front of her.
But she was able to identify him by first name and profession, that he was not a police officer, and that he had a large gun.
Yeah, there's a level of if I was the complaint taker or the 911 operator, a level of urgency and confusion. You know, he identifies him by his first name. He's not a police officer. He's a denturist. He drives a police car. It's an RCMP. It's decked and labeled. All those things are coming out in that. But, you know, in fairness to the OCC operator, the 911 operator, what does that really mean to them? And it all is based on the individual and how they perceive that information and how they interpret it and how they communicate that.
Well, I mean, that's part of the problem we're here to solve. I don't know what the level of confusion is that you're referring to because Ms. Blair did clearly convey those facts. And so, you know, what we need to look at now is when facts like that are conveyed, how do we make sure that confusion is not introduced by someone like a call taker or a subsequent hearer of the information? Do you know what color decommissioned vehicles in Nova Scotia are? Are they white?
Well, it would depend upon the type of vehicle that it is. There's a number of police forces across the country. Most of them have your standard commercial white vehicle, and they apply their decal packages to them, and once they remove them, they can look like a, you know, I think in my statement I spoke of a ghost car. We have subdued marking vehicles, and we have other vehicles that are white that are unmarked. We also have other vehicles, Tauruses, for example, that are different colors, black, etc.
So this is the very first 911 call. So would you agree that from those first moments, earliest moments of the mass casualty, witnesses told the OCC and the RCMP that there was a replica cruiser out there?
Not a replica cruiser. No, I wouldn't agree with that, but they mentioned that there was a police car and it was decked and labeled RCMP.
And it was not a police officer.
And it was not a police officer. That would I agree with, but to characterize it as a replica police car, there's no information in there to suggest that it was a replica police car.
Well, there was something that looked like a police car with someone who's not a police officer.
Sorry, I didn't hear your question because there was someone else that spoke.
There was information that there was a vehicle that looked like an RCMP car that was not driven by a police officer.
Yes.
From the very beginning.
Yes.
Okay. And so do you see the failure to pass on the details about the vehicle as a significant breakdown in the gathering and sharing of information?
An assessment of the possibilities should have been communicated more directly. However, from what I understand from the conversations I've had with those that were exploring the possibilities, one of the first things that I was told they did was start trying to determine whether or not we were missing any of our police cars. So there would have been a recognition of the fact that could this be possible? So if it is, what's the most likely scenario? It would be one of our cars that someone has gained access to.
And the fact that that search was happening shows that there was an understanding that it really looked like a police car and it wasn't just a white Ford Taurus, for example.
It would have been one of the possibilities that we're certainly exploring. Again, I wasn't there and I wasn't part of that decision making, but you're asking me to comment on how other people perceive things and how they communicated those things. So I'm trying to place myself in those individuals' positions at that
I'm
time.
not asking you to say what someone else thought. I'm just asking you to assist the commissioners in analyzing what happened based on what we now know happened and tracing that information a bit. And you have indicated that you did make some efforts to go back and speak to those involved. And have you assessed why this information was not better investigated and shared?
Have I assessed why they did not share?
Why the information wasn't better investigated and shared. So investigated meaning following up on speaking to eyewitnesses promptly, shared meaning relaying the information without introducing confusion by the hearer, etc.
Well, at that time, it was an unfolding critical incident. And, you know, the ability for people to follow up on things, the priority was trying to stop whatever threat existed at that location.
But my question is whether you've assessed what happened, and because this is going to be the case always with a critical incident. There's always going to be a large influx of information. There's always going to be good, hardworking, well-intentioned people.
Sorry, Ms.
figure
Young,
out-
I hate to interrupt. Ms.
Yeah.
McPhee?
We've already been, oh, sorry, did you want to repeat that?
Thank you. I was just going to suggest if Ms. Young is going to talk about the steps that were taken or not taken with respect to investigating the police car, then perhaps she should outline these to the witness.
Perhaps you should what?
Outline them to the witness.
The witness seems to be following along, but Ms. Young?
Yes, it's what I've already spoken about. So for example, not following up more quickly with Mr. McDonald and Mr. Faulkner and so on. That's what I was referring to, what we've already discussed.
Okay. Thank you.
So as part of your debrief, was that something you were looking at? So I'm asking about your own assessment of these things.
Yeah, so the aspects in and around the police car were really quite important to me, and how that was communicated and how that was understood. And as part of that debriefing, I was trying to understand what it is we knew and when we knew it, and how we, and I'm talking about those that were responding at the time, interpreted that information. And through the course of that conversation, what was imparted to me is that they had this information, they looked at multiple possibilities of what they thought it could possibly be. Everything from a decommissioned vehicle that might have had remnants of markings on it, to one of our vehicles that had been stolen, or an officer had been, or their vehicle had been commandeered. All those things were taking place, and they were eliminating the fact that it wasn't one of our vehicles, that no one had been reported injured or their vehicle stolen. Those things, I was told, were happening in the background, and they were eliminating those possibilities. What I think happened, which is, I think, an element of human nature and perhaps biases that are created through our own experiences, is that the realistic possibility of someone creating a replica police car was probably lost on individuals.
And possibly hard to believe or hard to accept.
Well, the likelihood of someone who had created that to a degree in which the perpetrator did, I would say, and again, I don't want to speak for others, but my sense is that that was a factor that contributed to that miscommunication.
And the commissioners have heard roundtable discussions about critical incident decision-making and so on. So I appreciate we're not, calling you as an expert witness in this regard, but looking for your insights. As far as Andrew McDonald not being interviewed to the morning, you were speculating that perhaps, it was to do with the medical care he was receiving, but did you actually look into why he wasn't interviewed sooner at all? Did you look into that after the fact? Did you ask anyone why no one got to him till 5 in the morning, or whether they tried to talk to him at the hospital?
No, I didn't get involved personally in terms of the delay in speaking with Mr. McDonald. I can say that I was very aware that every resource was fully tasked through the course of the response and then following it. But I didn't do any specific follow-up myself to determine that, no.
Do you have any thoughts on how this can be improved in future?
Well, I have many thoughts. And here, are we talking specifically about communications?
Specifically about how best to receive and pass on information during critical incidents.
So we're speaking specifically about communications. I do. Communications are important on every level, every aspect of life. If you have a breakdown in communication, usually it will lead to challenges. It doesn't matter whether it's your marriage, or you're responding to a critical incident, or you are investigating a crime. If you have a breakdown in communication, it will lead to problems, period.
What you said about human nature, that's always going to be there. It's always going to be humans investigating.
Yes.
Is it a training issue or an education issue to help people triage information and relay it accurately?
Well, I just think that there needs to be a mechanism where, during an unfolding event, there's a lot of information coming at the decision makers, but there needs to be some type of, and I'm projecting if we are to face, a singular critical incident to a mass casualty type incident, there needs to be someone tasked with reviewing all material, all calls, doing that as quickly as they can to ensure that, because of, as you mentioned yourself, there are frailties in humans and retaining information, understanding that information, communicating that information. So the more people that you have that are reviewing that information, the less likelihood it is that those human conditions or factors are going to be lessened by greater objectivity by others reviewing it. But that boils down to the number of people that you have available to you and structures and systems that you put in place to be able to ensure that happens.
And so police interpretation of witness information, would you call that a skill? Is it when receiving information from witnesses, are members trained to relay it as they received it or to interpret it, or a bit of both?
Well, I'd like to think that if you receive information, you try to parrot that information back in its actual words. But I think, again, back to just human nature, if someone is paraphrasing something, you may paraphrase it incorrectly.
And I'm asking because it does appear that ideas were inserted as information was passed on that were not in the witness statements. I'll just give you an example. Madam Registrar, if you can pull up the replica cruiser foundational document, which is already exhibit P001036 at paragraph 22, which is page 20 of the PDF counter. Staff Sergeant Rehill told the Mass Casualty Commission that OCC operators had personal knowledge of the perpetrator and introduced the idea that they would be looking for a decommissioned police car because they were aware that the perpetrator collected them. Staff Sergeant Rehill said that after receiving this information, everybody said, okay, that's what we're looking for, one of these white Ford Tauruses. It appears that the information the perpetrator was driving a decked RCMP car, or that it was someone posing as a cop who is not a cop, that was provided by witnesses, wasn't passed on as what the RCMP should be looking for. So would you agree that repeating secondhand information provided by someone at the OCC rather than statements from eyewitnesses was an error?
I would say that it was an interpretation made by individuals that led to a belief. And you can call that an error in their assessment of it. And that led to a belief that, and it wasn't just solely based on, I think, assessing it on no information. They, as I said before, we're looking at accounting for all of our police cars. And as they were building up an understanding of what the perpetrator had access to or what vehicles he did have, that the likelihood of it, being a decommissioned police car with some level of, residual markings on it was more probable. And then they made that judgment or that assumption, and that became the reality, which was unfortunate.
So did that overlay of their interpretation further the investigation in this case?
Sorry.
Did it further the investigation or hamper it in this case?
Well, I mean, any deviation from the reality is not helpful. If they had known that we were looking for, if they had made that assessment and communicated everyone, we are looking for a marked police car. Whether it's real or not, we don't know. Certainly that would have made a difference.
That would have been more accurate, we now know, right? Or based on the first call, if that had gotten across.
It would, because it would have, for example, without understanding that, any responding officer could have seen a police vehicle in the area and just thought they were another responding police vehicle. And we could have missed an opportunity for engaging the individual.
And so this insertion of assumptions or interpretations, or let's call it a bias towards what is most probable, is that part of the usual protocol for receiving and analyzing witness information?
I just think it's a byproduct of human nature. I mean, we all have our biases, and we all have biases based on our past experiences. And, in 32 years of policing, I myself have never encountered someone who had created a replica police car. So the reason why I say that is that, I myself could have been in that situation, and my biases may have taken over and led me to believe that that was not a realistic possibility.
Madam Registrar, if we could see the same foundational document, Exhibit 1036, at page 21 or 22 of the PDF counter, paragraph 26. On his way to the scene in Portapique, Constable Basselt called Sergeant O'Brien. They discussed the possibility that the police car was a retired unit bought at auction, with the decals having left a silhouette on the paint. And so, again, this is a discussion of their assumptions or their interpretation. Would you agree that it would have been preferable for the members to be working with the words used by the witnesses rather than their own speculation?
I think it would have been helpful if the individuals who are responding in real time did have access to the actual quotes of what the witness or the caller was saying.
And would they have had access through the CAD system in their cars, for example? Or would was it the call taker had to have put that into the system for that to be visible?
It would depend upon how the CAD was updated. And again, those calls are happening real time. Yes, they're recorded. They can go back and listen to them. I'm not sure whether or not they had inputted verbatim what was said on the line. I don't know that.
Madam Registrar, could we go to paragraph 52 of the same foundational document, page 31 and 32 of the PDF counter? This is from the transcript of Jennifer McCallum, was the OCC dispatch supervisor, speaking with Corporal Sutton. And she's relaying what Jamie Blair said, but then there's doubt sown. So Ms. McCallum says, there was possibly a car associated that we know that it's white and that the original caller and kids were all saying that it was a police car, but all the cars are accounted for. And then Sutton says, okay, that's why I was confused there. You said something about a police car. And Ms. McCallum says, yeah, so that's still standing, but we can't still get to the bottom of that. And Sutton says, okay, so they have the facts, but they're struggling with them, it seems.
Well, I think it's very clear that they're struggling with it. Again, back to my comments that I made about what are the realistic prospects of someone creating a replica police car. They're struggling with that.
So in your view, could training help to clarify what's to be done with incoming information or filter out later speculation? I mean, maybe just something as simple as telling people to expect the unexpected. because what if a perpetrator deliberately wore something outlandish or did something very unusual to create confusion, for example? So my question is, working with human nature, wanting information to be conveyed accurately, is that something that, how can we work on that? Is that overcomable by training, for example?
Well, I think that the simplest answer to that question is that if there is a direct quote that people are challenged by, make sure that you share that direct quote with all of those. I can guarantee you that if I was part of that response, and I'm just saying this because I'm not a critical incident commander, but if I was in the room supporting the critical incident commander, and if I was seeing that direct quote, I'm pretty convinced that there would have been a debate in and around what does that mean? What could the possibilities, realistically or not, be with respect to what it is that's being said?
And so would you agree that the assumptions made compromise the ability of the members to understand the information they were being given by the witnesses about the police replica cruiser?
Well, the assessment that those on the ground made would ultimately have an impact on going forward or what considerations that the critical incident commander would have made.
I mean, would you agree, for counsel, it's preferable to do what Ms. McCallum did and say what the direct quote is, and then say we're not sure what it means, as opposed to only passing on what the assumption is, like we're looking for a decommissioned vehicle?
Well, absolutely. It's, I've said this before to others. It's like that game you played in elementary school. You form a circle and someone whispers in one person's ear, and by the time it gets back to you, it's different. So if you just blurted out what the direct quote was, everyone in the room is going to be able to hear it. And
you, as a senior officer being briefed via the CIC, would you have preferred to have that direct quote and that information that it's a decked RCMP car as early as possible?
I would, yes.
I'm going to move on to a different area. I'm going to ask you about some of the press conferences that you took part in and public communications that bore your name connected to the mass casualty events. Before we get into specifics, just generally speaking, when you do speak to the media and the public, what is your approach? What is your understanding of your obligation to inform the public about ongoing investigations?
Well, it would be two things. I mean, there's one element of the victims and the families, what they need to know, and then there's the public in terms of what the public wants to know. And then there's the element of being able to protect any ongoing investigation. You don't want to taint witnesses. You don't want to disadvantage the investigation by releasing information that might cause someone to destroy evidence, et cetera, things like that. So you're trying to find that balance between saying as much as you can say without negatively impacting your ongoing investigation.
In your witness interview, I did ask you about RCMP policies to do with statements to the public, and you indicated you weren't familiar with the policies. So where do you get your source and guidance for, what you're supposed to do when you're in front of the microphones?
So every RCMP division would have a strategic communications unit, and their job or their specialty would be to support and assist any person, doesn't matter what level of rank they are in the organization. If they're going to be speaking publicly on an incident, they would help guide the individual that would be providing a public address.
But they're not telling you what your responsibilities are they?
Well, I think that they're fully aware what the responsibilities are. When you ask me about the policy, I mean, for me to be able to read every single policy in every area, that's not really my area. I mean, certainly I would have interest in it, but I don't necessarily have the time to be reading policy all day long. I'm involved in operations, so they would help guide an individual because they would have full awareness, they would have input in what those policies look like. So they would help guide the individual in terms of you know, trying to provide as much information as possible. And of course, on the policing side, the operational side, it's trying to, as I said before, protect the integrity of the investigation by not disclosing information that might have an adverse or negative effect on the ongoing investigation.
When you say guiding the individual, you mean the communications professionals guiding the RCMP officer who is doing the speaking as a spokesperson?
Yes, though, in terms of guidance, maybe it might be helpful for me to break down exactly what that guidance might look like. It would include discussions and conversations in and around what can we say? And then they might actually prepare the script based on consultation with the investigative team and the individual that might be doing the press briefing about what it is that can be said. And they may prepare those speaking notes, which would then be reviewed by the individual who's actually going to deliver those speaking notes. And then if there's any modifications that need to be made. In this particular case, the National Headquarters Strategic Communications Unit was involved in discussions between Strategic Communications and Nova Scotia as well. So they were sharing that information. So they had awareness in and around what it is that was going to be said. And then it was finalized and then given to the individual that was going to provide that press briefing. And then, of course, that information would be delivered. They would also do some preparations with the individual that would be speaking to the public based on anticipated questions. Things that might not necessarily be covered within the speaking notes, but things that naturally might be asked. And they often will help walk the individual that's doing the press briefing through, okay, if you may experience this question or you may receive this question, how would you answer that?
Did you have any training on media relations or what to say or not say to the public before you started giving press conferences on behalf of the RCMP?
No formal training, no.
Chief Superintendent Leather was the H Division spokesperson at the earliest press conferences, and then you took over on April 24th, 2020. Why was that changed?
I think that was changed mainly because of the fact that many of my programs were involved in once the critical incident program was established and going forward. So I was obviously very involved in trying to understand exactly what had happened and what was happening in terms of the investigation. And it just seemed to be more of a natural or more efficient way to be able to take over the press briefings from that point in time.
I'm going to take you through some of the statements you made in the press conferences and ask you about them. Madam Registrar, could we please have the document that is already an exhibit? It's the appendix to the Public Communications Foundational document. It's the transcripts of RCMP press briefings, COM 0057762, and it's exhibit P-003-532. And if we could go to page 39 of the PDF counter for the April 24th press conference. So you recall this press conference?
Yes, I do.
Here you refer to the initial complaint as a shooting and not a firearms complaint as it had been described earlier. What was the reason for the change of the way that was referred to?
Can you just point me to the line that you're
Yes.
referring to?
So the paragraph starting following this, police received its first 911 call with a report of a shooting at a home in the area.
So if you can repeat your question, please.
My question is, at an earlier time, and I believe in the first tweet, it was referred to as a firearms complaint. And so why was it that here you're referring to it as that the first call was about a shooting and not a shooting at a home and not a firearms complaint?
Well, because it's the truth. It was a report of a shooting. My husband's been shot. So for me, that is an accurate depiction of how that call came in.
We could go to the next page, please, Madam Registrar. Page 40 of the PDF counter. There's a passage where you say that the police began looking at a number of possible suspects as a result of information they were receiving. Madam Registrar, can you just scroll to the top? These paragraphs aren't numbered, so it's hard to find them. Back down to lower in the page, please. Okay, let's go back up. It might be on the previous page. Yeah, it's actually on the previous page. It's here, page 39 of the PDF counter. If you see there's a paragraph showing several police units, and at the end there of that paragraph, it says, the police began looking at a number of possible suspects as a result of the information that they were receiving. So I just wanted to ask you about that, because the first caller, Ms. Blair, who actually knew him, identified the suspect and that it was one suspect. And then I believe it's confirmed by Andrew McDonald, the first person encountered by the responding officers. So why is there a reference here to looking into a number of possible suspects?
That's based on the conversations that we had had, or I had had actually, with those that I had spoken to about the critical incident and those responders. So I was aware of the fact that obviously there was the perpetrator that was named by first name. They were trying to chase that down and determine who that individual was. Also, I think it's tied to the fact that there was the information in and around the possibility that there was a police car or a marked police car that was used. So a number of possible suspects that I was speaking about there was they started to determine, or not determine, to explore any possibility of whether or not it was actually an RCMP member that was there that we weren't aware of, that was involved in some situation. So they were starting to look at that possibility. And then I also saw through some of the discussions in the Operational Communication Center that they were looking at someone in the area that I believe they called them the person a process server, who was operating decommissioned or unmarked police cars, Tauruses, that lived in and around that area. So they were exploring those as potential possibilities. So that's why I'm talking about a number of possible suspects. The last part is that at that point in time, they didn't know where Lisa Banfield was, and they didn't know whether or not she was a victim, whether she was involved. There was no idea. So they were exploring as many possibilities as they possibly could in terms of suspects.
Whether she was involved, you mean?
We didn't know that because she was unaccounted for.
Madam Registrar, can we pull up the same document again at page 47 of the counter? And again, here you're talking about the RCMP doing a workup of all possible suspects. I don't see it on the part on screen. Can we scroll down and now scroll up again? Get it maybe on the previous page. Yeah, it's on the previous page. So a workup of all possible suspects. It's in the large paragraph starting with, well, I'll answer the question. And so you're saying we're doing a workup of all possible suspects. Obviously, the gunman came up as one of them. And my question is, you're talking about this in response to the question above, which is about the perpetrator's police vehicles and equipment. And so on that topic, what are you talking about here? What kind of workup was done with respect to other possible suspects in that context?
So are we speaking about the National Post question? The one at the top of the page?
Yes, because the reporter is asking, I understand you found 2 additional mock police cars that were burning. He had 3 in total. What other police potential equipment did you find at his home? That was the question you were answering.
So that question that I was asked was specific to what equipment. It had nothing, what you're saying has nothing to do with other suspects. So I'm just trying to make sure we're on the right
Oh, I
area.
see. Okay. So you're saying, I'll answer the question first in relation to the police vehicles. And then you say, when we were doing a workup of all possible suspects, obviously the gunman came up as one of them. And we are aware that he did have access to police-looking vehicles. And then you carry on from there.
Okay. So what I would say from looking at the response to the question, and the reason why I bring up possible suspects, like clearly it would be inappropriate for us to believe that there might just only be one person involved. So when we talk about possible suspects, did someone provide him with something? Did someone help facilitate his access to this equipment? We didn't know at that point in time where all of this actually had come from. So they would be suspects in terms of not necessarily perpetrating the crimes, but perhaps leading up to them and providing him with the equipment that he acquired in order to be able to carry it out.
Can we have page 47, please, Madam Registrar? You were asked by the Coast about the number of RCMP officers normally in the Portapic area on a Saturday night or a Sunday morning. So if we can look for, so there's the Coast. Yeah, so they're at the top of the page. And so you said you didn't have those numbers available and the RCMP doesn't normally disclose them, but that over 25 units responded to the area. My question is, did you have concerns about the staffing levels on April 18th and 19th, 2020 in Northeast Nova?
I have concerns over staffing levels all the time, every single day. I didn't know the exact numbers, like because district policing in Northeast Nova wasn't under my area of responsibility, or I had no actual awareness of that in terms of the general duty resources that were out there. But to say it as simply as I possibly can, every single day, I always have concerns over the level of resources on our front lines because I believe wholeheartedly that we are considerably understaffed in order to be able to meet the expectations that the public has of us and our ability to make sure that our responding officers out there are properly supported.
In your feedback to the draft structure of policing report at COM 00433164, which we made an exhibit this morning, at the bottom of page 11, you set out some comparisons of number of officers per 100,000 residents, which looks like you got from Statistics Canada 2018. And
2019, I believe.
It just says Statistics Canada Police Resources in Canada 2018 there in the middle of the page,
Okay.
which I'm assuming is the source you're citing. Does that sound right?
Yeah, for some reason, I seem to think that the last time that Stats Canada actually, they always do this, I think, every 3 years.
And the numbers there do say 2019.
Yeah, so I think that might have been a typing error by me putting in there 2018. I believe that 2019, and I'm quite familiar. I do look at these quite often because I do believe that this is a very important aspect that needs to be examined and addressed and fully understood by the Commission.
Right. And you cited information that with Halifax Regional Police Service, the 2019 average was 209 officers per 100,000 residents. The Truro Police 2019 average was 286 officers per 100,000 residents. And the Colchester County RCMP 2019 average was 76 officers per 100,000 residents. So regardless of the size of the community, the ratio is the ratio. Can you explain why the number is so much lower for the RCMP there?
Well, I can't specifically explain the reasons why the numbers are so lower. I mean, certainly our resource levels are based on the contracts and what communities are willing to pay and support in terms of their police resourcing models. But it's not just about officers per population. What is critically important for people to understand, particularly in a rural environment, is it's even more so about the number of officers per square kilometer that they have to cover.
Because that'll affect response times.
It will have a negative impact or a potential negative impact on our response times to calls to be able to deliver emergency services, as well as the safety of our officers in terms of their backup. So when you're already running, in that document that I put together, there are, Stats Canada will look at, and I need to make sure that this is fully understood and that it's clear. Stats Canada will look at police forces that have populations of 250 or greater. So those will be available publicly on Stats Canada website. The Canadian national average of police officers per 100,000 people is 180 officers per 100,000. That's across all police forces in Canada. So we can call that 1.8 per thousand people. Maybe that makes it a little bit easier for Nova Scotia because we have a population, I think, that just tipped the scales of 1 million people. The Nova Scotia average is 192. These are 2019 numbers, and these are Stats Canada numbers. It's 192 officers per 100,000 people, or 1.92. So someone would say to themselves, well, that's not bad. That's better than the national average. But the reality is that you have to look at breaking that down. The municipal policing average, when you break the numbers down based on the population that you serve versus the number of members that you have on strength, is that the average should work out to 253 officers per 100,000 people on the municipal side, or 123 officers for RCMP members per 100,000 people. But we are largely policing rural areas, which means that we are policing rural areas with half the resources that our municipal counterparts do, who have a much more confined geographic area of responsibility. Therefore, it affects response times. Therefore, it affects public safety. Therefore, it affects officer safety as well.
And how are those numbers arrived at? Is it from the PPSA, the provincial policing contract? Is it also the model used by the RCMP, the GDRM?
So it's a number of factors. There are two different types of contracts, and they're reflected in the McKnight report. One is what's called a PPSA, or Provincial Police Service Agreement. That's between the department or the province of Nova Scotia and the federal government of Canada. And then you have what's called MPSA, or Municipal Police Service Agreements. And they are usually with a municipality and the province of Nova Scotia directly through to the Public Safety Canada. So those are the two mechanisms. And often the RCMP, through their multi-year financial planning process, will identify how many resources we believe that we actually need to be able to do the job, or increase to establishment or increase resources to be able to deal with things like population increases, complexities, geography covered. We'll make those requests to responsible levels of government for resources, and we're either approved for or we're denied. They also have what's called a GDPRM. Again, sorry for the acronyms, General Duty Police Resourcing Model. There's another model that's employed for forensic identification specialists based on caseload, population, distance that they have to cover. I think that there's a lot of work that needs to be done in that area. And the other factors as well, when it comes to policing resource, if we're not resourced well enough to be able to deliver the expected services and keep everyone safe.
And it does sound like you're moving into a bigger picture question. I will give you a chance at the end to address bigger picture questions. I don't want to go too far afield because we were talking about the press conference, although it was helpful to elaborate on what you were saying there about numbers of officers. But if we could just go back to the April 24th press conference for the moment, if we could see page 48, Madam Registrar, you were asked, with the benefit of hindsight, whether it was a mistake not to have issued an EMO message, so in other words, an alert. And in your answer, you said that a full review was done after every critical incident and that a review would take place. But my understanding from what you're saying today is that that has not happened. Is that right?
A formalized independent review has not happened. And as I testified to earlier, that is exactly what I wanted.
And do you understand why not? Why it hasn't happened?
Well, I explained in my testimony earlier that as I understood the response that I received is that people above me felt that the Mass Casualty Commission was going to be looking at the response, but I saw it differently.
Whose decision was it to say no?
I don't know whose decision ultimately it was to say no. And I don't think that, globally speaking, there was a lot of support. Like for the conversations that I had very specifically with Superintendent Phil Liu, Chief Superintendent Jamie Salem, they agreed. And they were working on trying to make that happen for me. But ultimately, whose decision it was at the end, I'm not aware of whose decision that was.
So that wasn't communicated to you?
Not directly, no.
You also said in the same answer that to the reporter that you have to appreciate that they believe they had that area contained. That's kind of in the upper third of that large paragraph there. Are there a connection between those two things? Is it your understanding that an alert was not issued because they thought the perpetrator was contained?
Yeah, I do believe that. And the reason why I take that position is, for example, if, I get all unfolding event notifications now in my new job as criminal operations in New Brunswick. And when I was traveling here yesterday, there was an unfolding critical incident in Moncton. And as part of the unfolding event notifications, there will always now be a line about whether or not an emergency alert was appropriate. And in this particular case, the subject was contained in the residence. They'd evacuated that particular area. They felt that a public alert was not necessary because they had confirmed that the individual that they were looking for was contained within the residence because they had communications.
In this case, and we did talk about the timing in your witness interview, and I think we agreed it looked like by around just before 8 a.m. on the 19th, it appeared there was an awareness that a suspect was not contained, or that the investigators were beginning to realize that. Do you have any insight as to why an alert wasn't issued at that stage?
Well, my assessment or my sense of why an alert, you're speaking specifically about the alert ready system.
Yes.
I know there's been much discussion in and around that through the course of these proceedings. And I would say that the reason why that wasn't considered at that time, certainly my belief is the critical incident commander is the person responsible for understanding all the information and making the decisions with respect to public alerting. And at that point in time, it was described to me by others is that wasn't a tool that we were aware of that we had in our toolbox. So that obviously I believe was a contributing factor as to why the alert ready system was not used, because it wasn't in the front of the minds of the individuals who would have been responsible for determining whether an alert was most appropriate.
Madam Registrar, can we see page 50? This is my last question about this press conference. You say that you're conducting a systematic investigation into all of those theories. This is about the perpetrator's motives.
Yes.
And can you tell us what those theories were that you're referring to?
Well, always there's going to be an element in terms of a mass casualty incident like this. There has to be a consideration as to whether or not it's a national security incident, whether or not it's motivated by, extremism, hate, whatever the case might be. So those would be many of those inquiries. So there was national security from Ottawa that was engaged in assessing the motivations of the individual. So those were all parts of us trying to understand whether or not this incident was connected to any specific thing. And if it was determined to be a national security incident, then it would have been national security federal policing that would have conducted the investigation.
And this is on April 24th, 2020. So when you say there's a systematically investigating, that's what you mean is enlisting national resources?
Well, there were national resources, including others from Ottawa, in terms of trying to understand the motivations of the gunman, the whys. Like, why has this happened? Is it connected to anything that we don't know anything about?
Is there anything else as to how you were systematically investigating each of these theories about the motives?
Well, when I speak about systematic investigation, in terms of major case investigations, they are very structured. There is a command structure that's in place. There is a coordinated investigative team. There are individuals that are tasked solely with coordinating all taskings within that investigation. So if there are theories that present themselves, then we would need to be able to create certain taskings to either disprove those theories or support those theories. So that would all be happening through the structure that's applied in a major case investigation. And that's what's systematic about it.
Now I'm going to turn to the April 28th, 2020 press conference, which is in the same document, starting at page 52. You began this press conference by noting that it was a national day of mourning for those who lost their lives on the job, and you referred to Constable Stevenson and Constable Morrison. You also referred to the families of the 22 innocent people who were killed. And why did you not name them?
Well, I didn't name each and every one of the victims. There were sadly so many of them. I wanted to make sure that I recognized and acknowledged them in that way, or at least at the very least in that way. But I didn't name each and every one of the individuals, no.
On to the next page, you state that the RCMP had a duty to, quote, complete this investigation by the same standards that we would have if the perpetrator was standing trial, end quote. Why is that?
Well, I think that there often will be this perception that, some may say, well, clearly it's obvious that this individual did these things. Well, that's not good enough. We had to employ every technique in terms of trace evidence recovery to be able to individualize the perpetrator's involvement in each and every one of those homicides. So there wasn't going to be any difference in terms of the level or the extent of follow-up that we would have completed in order to be able to determine his involvement in each of those murders. Secondly, as part of the objectives, it wasn't just about the perpetrator and understanding or being able to definitively say that there is evidence that associates him to every one of those crimes. Is that our secondary objective was to be able to investigate whether or not anybody had supported or assisted him in any way.
Are there any plans to make the results of this investigation public?
Well, absolutely. I think that the reality is that in a case like this, there's been not just local, but national and international media attention on it. There are endless examples of learning lessons that can come from examining things like this. Once the investigation is fully complete, there should be really no reason why, aside from disclosing information that would normally be protected under privacy for individuals, why the entire investigation would be open to ATIP or other means for people to be able to gain access to that.
Is the investigation not complete now?
Well, the investigation in terms of Gabriel Wortman's involvement, I would say is complete, and being able to determine what evidence exists that support his involvement in all of the murders. In terms of those that assisted him, I would say for me personally, I'm not satisfied that we've been able to conclude what I believe the expectations of survivors and victim families would expect. And personally, me as a police officer and an investigator, what I would wish to accomplish in terms of the provision of the firearms. That is the outstanding element for me.
So how he obtained the firearms you're referring to?
How he obtained the firearms and how he brought those firearms into the country.
But to the extent that those suspects might be the United States, the RCMP has no control over, as far as you're aware, those American investigations are closed, correct?
Yes.
And there were some people charged in Canada. Those court processes are almost finished, so there's no active investigation here, right?
Well, in terms of any investigation, if it's not concluded to the satisfaction of those involved, or those that have a vested interest in it, it's always open. It's always available for being reopened based on new information or a new direction.
So that's the status of the H-Strong investigation now, right?
The H-Strong investigation is still in a point where if any new information is received, the file coordinator is still maintaining the investigation data set. And then if there's anything that is still needed, or that the communications between the H-Strong 2 team and the investigative team, those are ongoing, and the file coordinator would facilitate any requests for information, or if there's anything new, it will get funneled into the file coordinator for additional tasking if required.
So by the H-Strong 2 team, you mean the officers who are liaising with this commission?
Yes, that's correct.
But there's no active investigation. It's
There's nothing,
sitting there
there's
for
nothing
more
active
information.
that I know of that's going on right now.
And
If you're
so-
talking about investigators that are out there chasing down tips, conducting interviews, I'm not aware of any right now, no.
And so then what would be the prompt to actually officially close the investigation, knowing that, as you say, it could be reopened at any time if there's new evidence?
Well, I think
Will it
just
be
given the
closed?
magnitude of this investigation, it's not a normal or a standard investigation. We still have a command triangle in place. Those roles are firmly established. This file will remain in a state where if anything new is received, it will be placed on the investigative file. And if it requires additional follow-up, it will be tasked out.
That means it's indefinitely open then, or is there a criteria to close it, or a certain period of time that passes and then? it can be closed
There
to
is
the
no
public?
prescribed time that you assign to closing investigation based on any certain factors.
And the closing it is the point in time where the RCMP would then make the results public?
Well, I think that, as through part of this commission, and much of the results of the investigation are being made public. I don't really know how to answer your question because I've been involved in many large-scale investigations with multiple victims. And I'll give you an example. The Picton investigation in British Columbia is not an active investigation, but there are still people that are working on that investigation, and they're still maintaining it. So these types of cases never go away.
But does that one still have missing people that haven't been found?
There are still individuals who have not been accounted for on that particular file. And the reason why I reference it is I worked on it for a number of years. And there were many tentacles to that investigation, and there are still individuals there are still exhibits that they were just dealing with on that particular case. So for example, there will be exhibits attached to this case that are still within our holdings that we'll have to deal with eventually. So this case is not finished because there's much work that still needs to be done from a maintenance and administrative perspective on it as well.
So back to the April 28th press conference, you provided some details about the weapons of the perpetrator, but also declined to answer some questions. Can we look at page 62, please, Madam Registrar? You did confirm that there is a weapon that you referred to as a military-style assault weapon. You confirmed that there were several semi-automatic handguns, I think at page 60, and 2 semi-automatic rifles. And there were some details that you did not provide. And so can you say why you did not provide full details?
Absolutely, because there was still, at that time, we were 9 days post the April 18th and 19th events, we were still involved in multi-agency investigations as part of those objectives that I mentioned. One, determining what role Gabriel Wortman played in the murders, as well as any individual that may have assisted him in any way. So we had Canada Border Services Agency that was looking into the possibility of the smuggling of the firearms across the Canadian border. We had the ATF and the FBI that we were working with respect to conducting an investigation into how the perpetrator had obtained firearms on the US side of the border. So those were ongoing aspects. Why? I would not give any particular details. I guess the best way I can answer that is I'll give you a simple analogy.
Well,
I talked
can I
about.
just ask you, not an analogy, but what I need to understand is how would the release of information like the type and caliber of the firearms jeopardize the ongoing investigation?
Our ability to assess the credibility and the weight of any individual that would come forward with a witness statement was going to be dependent upon the accuracy of the information they provide us. So what does that do? One, we can determine whether or not they have firsthand or because we had possession of those weapons, we knew about the make, model, caliber, serial numbers, any additions that were placed on those weapons. All of those details were very important to us keeping outside of a larger audience, because we have a much difficult time assessing the weight of witness statements, but not just that. If we went to a covert application, for example, an undercover operation, we receive a confession from an individual, if they're able to tell us the specific details that we've never made public, the weight of that confession is significantly better. So the weight of the witness statements that are provided help us narrow our focus on the value of certain witnesses, as well as the weight of any confessions that an offender may make.
And whose decision was it not to disclose that information?
I'd spoken earlier about the structure applied to major case investigations, and the first principle, there are 9 of them under major case management. The first one is command triangle. That command triangle is comprised of a team commander, a primary investigator, and a file coordinator. The 3 of them make the decision as to what information needs to be held back that could potentially jeopardize an investigation.
So
Those
did you-
discussions,
You talked to them before the press conference?
I speak with those individuals all the time. And I'm fully aware, because I'm an accredited major case team commander, I understand the importance of holding back certain types of information and how that could negatively affect an investigation. So I'd had previous conversations about the fact that we couldn't release that information. For me, simply the way I can put it is it was a no-brainer. It was a no-brainer. And through those conversations, I supported them in that position. And if you were to ask where the buck stopped in terms of that, eventually it should be with the team commander, but I was aligned with the team commander's perspective. So it was ending with me because I was doing the press conference.
At the beginning of your witness interview with the Commission on July 12, 2022, which is COM 0059935, you told us that immediately after this April 28, 2020 press conference, you were summoned to a phone call with Commissioner Brenda Lucky, who expressed disappointment, among other things, that the details of the firearms weren't released. Given that we spent so much time on it in your interview, I'm not going to go over that ground with you today, but others might in cross-examination. I would be planning next to go to the June 4th press briefing, and I see that it's 12:33. Would this be a convenient time for lunch?
Thank you. We'll break for 1 hour.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 1:30.
I love how they're just blazing through. They just blazed like totally by. Lily, the real car, the marked car. He's got it in his affidavit in so many words. Section 11. Oh, I'm sorry. Section 11 of his affidavit. During that conversation, 10:35, Northeast Nova made aware of the situation, on-duty risk off a manager, okay, who is senior non-commissioned, monitoring the situation, locate, blah, blah. During that conversation, RCMP Nova East management requested that all RCMP units be accounted for. What is he saying? What about oh, fuck. You've got it in, see now, I linked it there. Page 7 and 8. One moment. Right here. Now you see, you can tell that they've been playing with stuff because of this. Just 1 second. Because of these one second. Okay. Here. This is at earlier, 10:12. Okay. The phone call, Dave Lilly, question mark, unknown female, very important to note, indecipherable. Okay. One moment. Unknown female, right? 10:12, so that's earlier. Okay. Oh, let's do this one. All right. Confirmation of mock cruiser. This was the dump. Don't mind if it looks a little funny. It's because it's been OCR'd. It's not, you can go back. The Frank magazine goo that was dumped, right? Okay, now, if you go to the very bottom here, right here, section 34. Risk manager Rehill continued to investigate whether real RCMP vehicle had been present at the scene. Why? Because, of course, nobody's calling in about a fucking white car. He directed an inquiry as to whether Sergeant Dave Lilly, an RCMP officer from Cumberland County, might be involved in the matter. Transcript, blah, blah. Okay, right? And then the statement from Sergeant Lilly, which is an interesting read, and I've read through both of them, I think, on here numerous times. Oh, get rid of this fucking banner. Okay, now down here, it is unclear what initiated the conversation of Sergeant Lilly. 10:12:45, Sergeant Rehill attempts to phone Jamie Blair. While doing so, he states, Dave Lilly, what does this say? An unknown person in the background replies. Yeah, quote, yeah, we were wondering if he was in the area. Well, they cite the logs. Sorry. Unknown female, not unknown person, unknown female. They know it's a woman. in the 911 logs, right? Indecipherable. Uh-oh. What did they say here? Yeah, we were wondering if he was in the area. Reading learning statement, etc., etc. And who was it? It's in the Cumberland logs. I was just looking for that. Just hold on one moment. Aaron Patton. He gets called on to check for Cumberland. All the cars from Rehill. If you go through his stuff. So why are you looking for cars? If you thought it was, what was it? A white car? You weren't sure about it? Why were you accounting for cars? Why did you swear to that in your affidavit? There's another passage in here that, why are they checking for light bars before Lisa comes out? Because you thought it was a white car. No, of course not. Because you were looking for a marked car. You were told numerous times. I still haven't gotten to the bottom of, because it certainly appears as though Lisa McCulley made a 911 phone call. Lisa McCulley made a 911 phone call. It spoke to the operator in the 911 center by the name of Carol. I forget her last name. Where's that call? Is that where this is coming up? Dave Lilly's like, what the hell's going on? You know, my name's getting brought into this. I don't understand. Everybody's checking to make sure it's not him. Learning is out to lunch for a little while. He does come in later. But Halliday, looking for him. Checking his tone of voice. Looking for the car. Lily's name was used. It's either a car like Lily's or Lily in person. That's the way he refers to it in his interview. He goes on further to say, I don't understand. I asked Bent. Pretty sure. I asked Bent to answer me as to why my name was being used, and he didn't answer me. What are you looking for? That he never met her. He said, hey, I didn't know. I was not in the video. I was in the video with her, but I wasn't in person with her. It was just a clip. So no, not the same. And all he is wearing a red serge. I don't think that's the identification. It wasn't based on the red serge. It was based on the car, right? Multiple people referring to a marked car. How you can clear this up is you bring Dave Lilly in. He spoke to they asked about the Blueberry Field Road. So ask Lilly to come in, ask Patton to come in, answer this, recall Rehill, have him answer to that. We never discussed that. The 1012, it's in their foundational document. Well, what was their foundational document before they revised it. I don't think it's in the new one anymore. Nope. You know, and frankly, like I really don't know. I'm totally coming at it from perspective, I don't know. But if you don't have him come and answer and he didn't do anything, there's going to be a lot of suspicion cast upon him. Why? If he didn't do anything, get him to come out, clear his name, and let's get into why this gets brought up. I think we might get some answers there. Colford and Grund. Now, Colford, in an affidavit, I trust the affidavits over all things in this. Why? Because, well, technically, you can be jailed for it. That's why. You can be held personally responsible for it if you swear to things in affidavits. There's another reference. I should have brought that out in Darren's statement. I love how he refers to himself in third person. It's just absolutely ridiculous, trying to shield himself. Anyway, whatever. Colford says repeatedly, I do not recall ever making that call. I don't remember saying anything. I don't remember hearing anything about any Blueberry Field Road in a sworn affidavit. Okay. I think there's 3 times. Is it 3 times in hers? Grund's affidavit. He says, I don't recall ever hearing that. Okay. That's 2 people. The person who made the call and the person who was listening. Let's get this cleared up. Give all, ALL _ audio channels, not the transcripts, all the audio, all members. And I'm talking about the one channel that, well, what is it? TAC 1 that they're hiding. TAC 1, there's a channel that they're hiding. TAC 1 channel. All of the dash cam video from every single car in Nova Scotia. All with audio. All of the GPS. And all TMR2 GPS. Why? Because then you can match it all up. It should just flow with these fucking transcripts, shouldn't it? Because you'll hear all of the calls. Or will you? Clear it up. Clear it up. They can't keep sitting around and farting around about the one car and the not car and the maybe it's a white car and it's not a white. Come on. Nobody's going to call 911 about a white car. They're going to call about an RCMP car. That's what they're going to call about. That's what they did call about. So spit it out. They don't want to admit it because there's more to the story. Well, can't be doing. Fuck their ongoing investigation. Thought they were done. We've got healing circles and whatever else we've got going on. We're all finished here, right? You've done everything, right? By the book. Trotting out Dr. Larson and your sham while bodies sat, families waited. This is what they did. They had parades all over the country. They picked tactful dates, very important dates, 24th. Every time they do these things, it's all for a reason. Watch the media machine that runs around before and after. Prefacing it with articles that run up to it, trashing certain people. seemingly unrelated stories that really might not be so unrelated. Pieces of evidence just magically surfacing around affidavit times. You know, those kinds of things. Not miraculous coincidences. Remarkable. Deer cams and trees. Where's all the video? This is Project Wide Awake people that we're talking about. 5 Eyes intelligence. Not shitting you. 100% the real deal. Listen to it from master puppet maker in the background. Brenda's boss. Still sitting back there. Kicked out of the military for then lying to the RCMP. Yet he gets to commissioner on his application. Wow. Come on. Lily has to step forward. It's not a question of, you know, I'm honestly sitting on that place, in that place. Just have him come forward and clean it up. That's it. It's not that I'm suspecting him, but there's more to the story, and he needs to get that out. He has to. Halliday's all over it. And they just like, oh, no, nothing here. That's what Darren's going to tell you. Fuck you, man. No way. No way. Halliday was all over it. Rehill doesn't even mention it. Not a peep anywhere in his statements about any of that. The Lily, that was how the car got brought in. You don't think that he had conversations about all that? Well, he's the one. He's hearing it in 911 center and then contacting Halliday, contacting Patton. Please account for the cars. Here's Darren talking about it. 10:35. This is after Patton said, no, all the cars are accounted for here in Cumberland. So they're still looking. They still look the next day. I believe that's Carol, Sergeant Carol, in the, supposedly, I think it's in the hospital. I believe it's Carol. When Melanson comes out of the room with Lisa, and he's like, this is the way that it is. Constable Melanson to a sergeant. You contact Halliday and you tell him this is how the real car is involved. Carol's like, no, not going to have any piece of that. You do it yourself. In so many words. Still looking then. New Brunswick now. In the morning for marked cars. Now, all of that evidence says real car. Still looking for the real car. Not subdued, not the Dorrington goo that was trotted out as the, oh, here's plausible deniability. No. No. Just clean it up. Quit playing fucking silly bonkers. Having people hide. Colford. Meanwhile, your whole goddamn force is collapsing. All around you. You have sewered it. Destroyed it. Looks like you're a bunch of alcoholics that can't read and use crayons. And we all know you certainly can use technology and have the best of the best 5 Eyes. Yeah, you want to play dumb. You want to destroy people's lives, your entire institution. How many members have burned their uniforms Their red surges because of this. And it's a whole other field when you start to dabble into that. These people, the members, are seriously indoctrinated and institutionalized. They are. That's their life. I remember speaking to a person early on. I probably repeated this a few times. They were telling me about how you have golf and drinking. And if you don't have those after you retire, you have suicide or you re-enlist. And they were talking about somebody who had all of those and did them all. They went back because they can't survive. And yet, you're in who the very fiber of your being that has transported you across this country. And I think that's something a person who isn't in the force, being like myself, or I'm sure many of you, don't understand. Family, that's number two. Seriously, like, I'm not kidding. It's number two. They will send you to far-flung places. It doesn't matter if kids are going out of school. It doesn't matter if your wife has or husband has to lose their job. It doesn't matter. You're getting reassigned to Tuktoyaktuk. Doesn't matter if you're missing Christmas. That's what's going to happen. There is no, well, I don't really feel like it. I've got a special day. Not with the RCMP, because that is your family. The family. Your family. Number two. So this is how heavily it's ingrained in their brains. To have that trashed to the point that you're like, I'm so ashamed of the very fiber of my being. What are they protecting? What are they protecting? Are they willing to destroy their entire institution publicly in front of everybody? Have people afraid of them? Not in a respectful way, because you can't even wipe your own ass, or you want people to believe. And everybody's flying around in fake cars. Max sat up there, GCS surplus Vardy's bro-in-law, and said, the decals are all removed. I removed them all myself. So now you want to trot out stories then of subdued vehicles and all this other shit. Come on, Clayfield. Coincidence, my ass. Inextricably tied. Even in the 911 call logs. There's a call with the telecom company, whoever that is, I don't know. I'm assuming Bell Aligned, right? Bell Aligned. When they do the search for the phone number, what comes up? Clayfield. They mistype it. Whoever's transcribing it, I don't know. Julie's here. She'll remember. Hello? I don't remember what the entry was. In the 911 logs. Yeah, no. I'm talking about Clayfield. This Wortman. They said he's not related. Why were they taking DNA if he wasn't related? I don't know. Maybe O'Dear remembers. I don't think I have that anymore in my logs. But you can go back and find it. They keep calling around. I don't think I have this up at this point. 6 victims. Okay, more 6 victims. Good. Whatever. Be on with this triple M. Update your profile now. Guess that's out there. Okay. How deep are these people in? Deep. Deep, deep, deep. Very deep. 8 strong records. Okay. Yeah. I know it's somewhere. We talked about them. How about his, I'm going to bounce all over because that's the way I am. I just drop all kinds of things. How about his fucking phone records? Or sorry, the bills. You know how much his bills are? With Bell Aligned a month? Wortman's? Over $1,000 every month. But doesn't have a cell phone. Really? April 15th, his bill, $300. Beforehand. Why? How do you get phone bills so high? I know you guys have, I had to ask. Julie helped me out with that, kindly. You can get cell phone service, TV, internet, all lined up on one, right? That's about $300 all in. $300, right? So $1,000. Yeah. I'm seeing that with 2 residences. I'm sure that I don't know. I should be careful. I don't know. You guys can answer me that. Do you guys not have unlimited data at a certain point? The top tier of your stuff? Because I'm assuming the top tier is about $300 a month. Security systems. I don't know. Maybe it's a lot more expensive. Well, yeah. $300 is not going to be a cheap bill, right? That's going to be down here. You get everything for $300. So how do you have $1,000 bill? How does it discontinue before April 15th? Unlimited. Bell Aligned. Bell Alliance always unlimited. Does Bell Aligned even provide service to the Portapique area? I don't know. You guys would know. Is it because what are we talking about there? Because it doesn't break it down. It's just over $1,000 a month. Every fucking month. Do I still have some of those screenshots? Why is he leaving a bunch of money in the bank? $1,251. This is November 15th, 2018. Okay, that's not related. December, next month, $1,374 every month till April 15th. So that's before. Why does his bill go down? do you have a lot of cell phones? Now I see something about maybe a third or a second cell phone number I haven't seen before. Doesn't make sense to me, because if you're going to use, you don't usually use contract phones, like ones that you pay by debit or whatever, instant withdrawal or whatever the hell it's called. If you want a burner phone, no, you pay for it all in cash. Buy the SIM in cash, buy the phone in cash, and pay minute charges in cash. You just buy cards. So I don't think these are burner phones. That's a fuckload of money. Every month. Balin, maybe? I don't know. I think Balin is going to be paying the Balin. I like that, actually, because the lady at the bank had no idea what Balin was. As in BAILIN -IN. Balin, the Balin program. No idea. He keeps talking about Balin. Yeah, that's because the government can seize your money. Mr. Wortman, or whatever the fuck's going on over there, had no idea about what he was talking about. He certainly did. Certainly knew about CDIC. But who has the majority of the bank accounts? Is it him? No, it's Lisa. Lisa has the majority of the bank accounts. Lisa's co-listed on this shit. Bell Biz Pool data for all phones. Also a write-off. $320 for 33 lines. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe you might have a shoe phone. Well, I can bring it up. No cell. Okay, so I'm figuring all in, because I think out here you can get basically everything for under $300. We have Shaw out here. TELUS does. Yeah, TELUS you can do everything too. Shaw is a new. So if you're paying these kinds of phone bills, well, what you doing? Burner phones typically pay as you go, absolutely, and you pay it in cash. Pay it in cash. You buy the cards, buy the phone, buy the SIM, minute cards, load it up, or load. Used to be minutes, I think. Now you can do a certain amount per month, but you just buy the cards. The credit for $50 or whatever, right? And you get $30 a month or something like that. You pay it all in cash. It's 100% a burner, and as long as you don't have it on certain places, then it's untraceable. It makes it very hard to trace, anyways. Though they can through metadata, but if you have it around, say, a contract phone all the time, they certainly know who it is. Baling hay with Balin. And he had a phone. In her phone, under contacts, Lisa, there is listed contact for Gabriel with a phone number. The banking records seem to indicate that there might be more than one phone number. And I know Julie's been digging around in that one also and found some stuff. So I'm going kind of off target here in terms of what we're discussing, what's happening today, but he's not telling the truth. He's absolutely not telling the truth. He's the guy who's in charge of it all. In terms of ERT, PDS, all that stuff, that's all underneath him. All the specialty stuff. I think the critical incident package all falls underneath him. That's all him. So if, what is he saying? I failed. Right? Don't try and, he's throwing out hints. Okay, I have a question. You can help me out with this one. I'm going to show you a picture. Okay? It's just, I want to ask your opinion. That's all. Just an opinion. I'm not going tinfoil or anything with that. Good morning to you too, if you're watching. Eyes aren't very good. No, that's not what I wanted. No, back off. Okay. If I'm mistaken about this person, then oh, that's not so good. Something is happening with my computer. No, I don't want to do that. Not sure why that's coming up. No. No. This one. Are these the same person? Let's say the picture in the middle is much younger. Is it the same person? I'm going to grab a coffee and I'll come back. No? 3 no's. I'm going to grab a coffee. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, there were certain traits that I thought were quite similar. The lip on the left-hand side of the picture in the center, and like here, see how the lip is up? Eyebrow arch, very similar. And you have to think about age, nips and tucks. Who is that? More nips and tucks. All right, so let's see what you got. All right, so there's a few no's here. Middle and the right one are green bastard. Okay. One of these things is not like the other. Okay. No. First and last are same. Well, we've all seen the first and last, right? I'm asking for somebody who is much younger, possibly had no surgery. Maybe not. Okay. 2 on the left are same smile. Yes, the smile. The smile. The lip curls up right here. The cheek, the eye, the darkness of the eye for some reason under the left eye. Look like Janice, okay. First and third. Oh, the glossy lipstick. Yes. Well, I believe so. What was it somebody said? More nips and tucks than something. Middle one looks like Heidi. The middle one looks like Heidi. Oh, okay. No. Okay. Eyes in the left and middle are totally different. Okay. Chins are matching though. Okay. I'm not saying that it is. I'm just asking. Just somebody I'm looking at. Somebody I have a few questions. Her newest picture, she definitely has a lower mandible shave and her cheekbones are Botox enhanced. I'm glad somebody knows about this stuff. I don't. The middle one. What about the middle one? Blue nose? Oh, the two on the left have the same smile as the younger one. Okay. Roaming charges. You sent me another picture. Okay. Brows match on the second, third. Yeah. It's interesting that somebody thinks it looks like Heidi. Todd does. Maybe I'll have to compare it to Heidi. And I don't want to skate off into too many areas. Oh, yes, this photo. Yeah, I don't want to skate off in too many areas right now. I want to stay focused with Darren. But I thought I'd ask. So there are some similarities, some people are saying. Okay. Okay. My eyes aren't that great. Did I have that in the... So it's in the H, strong records. Okay. Let's have a look at that one. It's not in Darren again, but disgusting, man. That's like 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago, they did the interviews with Darren. Yeah, big problem. Big problem. It takes him a year to swear out his affidavit. Which hopefully is going to align perfectly to his affidavit. I wanted to find the H strong reference to Clayfield. Well, who's restricting that? It's not the MCC. Though I don't think they were keen to interview him anyway. Because it took them, it was about a year ago, almost 11 months ago. 13 months ago, I think, that he swore out his affidavit, right? Excuse me. Pardon me. Just let me. No, why am I looking at that? Okay. 53 minutes in. She had a huge, beautiful smile. Okay. I don't know. I don't know if they'll ask hard questions. Do they want to ask hard questions? I'm beginning to wonder that. I would just Just curious. I just came across somebody and they're the H Strong Records. Do you know where that is, Julie? The mistyped Clayfield. I know I have it somewhere. I took a screenshot of it, but thank you. Even dentures have been given a bad name. A lot of stuff running out of the denture industry down there. Very shady. He's answering the easy questions. I noticed he took a couple of stall tactics there. To formulate his answers. Mr. Campbell is a smart man.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes. And just a reminder to ensure your electronic devices are turned to silent mode.
I don't quite recall. It's one of those two. Everybody I ended up talking to said they were not in that area. That's because Pat Rehill was asking them to check on cars. I mean, how does that even work? How do they not even bring that up with Rehill? It doesn't come up anywhere. I switched my talk radio group. Da 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 da. I just asked if they were in the area. Says Patton. Okay, sorry. Let's see if we can get that up quick before we go back here. 6368. Fuck, I was just looking at that.
Welcome back. The
Oh.
proceedings are again in session.
I'll bring it up later.
Thank you.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Young.
We're ready for Chief Superintendent Campbell again.
Thank you.
Commissioners.
You're gonna check in? No. I'm gonna ask him
Done
if
whenever you're
he's
ready.
still under oath.
Good afternoon, Chief Superintendent Campbell.
Afternoon.
You gave a press briefing on June
Nope.
4th, 2020. It's in the same exhibit we've been looking at, COM 0057762, starting at page 65, and wanted to have a look at page 69. I think it's at the top of the page. Under communications and requests for assistance by other police agencies. You indicated that, and I'll just read this passage, quote, media reports have raised questions regarding the level of communications between the RCMP and other Nova Scotia police agencies, as well as an apparent lack of requests from the RCMP to other Nova Scotia police agencies for assistance on April 18th and 19th. There's detailed information that refutes these claims, quote, close quote. What is the information you're referring to there?
The information that I'm referring to is email communications that I had seen between the chief of the Amherst Police Service, and I believe it was someone within, whether it be Colcha or Cumberland County or the OCC risk manager, about covering calls while some of the Cumberland County officers were occupied in the response to Portapic, as well as the information with respect to the phone calls and the communications that were transpiring between the risk manager and the OCC and other agencies in the province, particularly IES, which is the dispatch center for the Halifax district, as well as Truro Police Dispatch.
The commission does have an email chain between the Nova Scotia chiefs and amongst themselves, but it appears to be in response to District Policing Officer Julie Moss reaching out. It's COM 0018202. I believe Julia Cicchetto, Chief of Campbell, was then head of the Nova Scotia Chiefs. She's corresponding with Dwayne Pike, Chief of Amherst, and others to see whether FIS officers or EAS officers could be made available after the fact to help out. Do you know who directed DPO Moss to reach out to the municipal chiefs?
Sorry, if you can confirm what the nature of the request was or email. I don't have it in front of me to see what the context
Are we able to pull that
is.
one up, Madam Registrar? It's 18202. So you see this is a chain with the Nova Scotia chiefs on it, and it's a chain. She's referring to Superintendent Julie Moss there, and the chain is asking the chiefs who can send. If you keep going down, we can see, stop there. So FIS, which is Forensic Identification Services, and what does EAP stand for?
But that's probably Employee Assistance Program, I'm assuming.
And then regular duty members. So this is after the events asking for help for the RCMP. And
sorry, is this from Julie Moss to others, or is this from
No.
others to Julie Moss?
this one is Julia Cicchetto to the chiefs saying hi all, and, saying, as you've all heard, the RCMP have had a tragic scene with multiple locations. They've asked me to see how many FIS officers as well as EAP officers, etc. And then Chief Cicchetto told the commission the municipal police were able to muster about 35 people a day after the events to help out. And I'll just put that COM number on the record. It's 15891. It's exhibit P001031. Page 67 is Chief Cicchetto's interview. And so I just wanted to know if you know, so that looks like DPO Moss reached out to the municipal chiefs. Do you know, would that have been on her own initiative, or do you know whether anyone directed her to reach out?
Well, I would imagine that there was probably multiple injects or inquiries made by other agencies into the RCMP offering assistance. That's usually normal. We would have received requests or offers from across the country, in fact, to provide support or assistance as required. So I don't know who had tasked Julie with doing that, but based on the 3 categories of the resources that are being noted in that email, FIS is forensic identification specialists. EAP would be individuals who could either be peer-to-peer support officers or victim services. And the third would be general duty or patrol officers. Forensic ident would fall under support services. EAP would fall under the responsibility of what we would call our administration and personnel officer, and the general duty resources would fall under the responsibility of the district policing officer as well as the crops officer. So everything funneling up to the crops officer. I wasn't part of that chain. I don't know who initiated it, but I would imagine that it was probably either tasked out or asked by criminal operations for Superintendent Moss to respond on that.
Do you recall being consulted about that, whether to take the chiefs up on their offer?
I don't recall being consulted on that, no.
Madam Registrar, could we please see Chief Tuchetto's transcript, the COM 15891?
And did you want that email marked as an exhibit?
Oh, is it? Yes, please. That was COM 18202.
And that's 3900.
And so what Chief Tuchetto said is, although they were able to muster 35 people a day, the RCMP turned down that request and told Chief Tuchetto that the RCMP was holding its own or had it in hand. Were you aware of that?
Well, I was aware of the fact that I had conversations with our forensic identification services manager about the crime scenes and the resourcing that they had on the ground or available to them. And I also was aware that there were resources from the FIS unit in J Division or New Brunswick that were also supporting that, particularly those that had no connection, for example, to Heidi Stevenson in that scene, because we would want to be able to separate those that knew Heidi from examining that scene there as well. So I'd had that conversation about adequate levels of resources in and around forensic identification services, and I was assured that we had adequate resources specifically for that. In terms of anything else, as I mentioned before, with employee assistance program, support people, that would have been a conversation that would have taken place between our administration and personnel officer. And on the general duty side, that would have been criminal operations that would have had any conversations about that.
In the June 4th press conference, you also addressed the 2001 CIS-NS Bulletin.
2011.
2011. What did I say, 2001?
Yes.
2011, I apologize. And you said that the bulletin had recently become publicly available. If we could just see, there's an email, COMM 00282244, and make that an exhibit. This is an email to you, Chris Leather, and Officer Popick from Mark McLeod, attaching the CIS-NS bulletin, and it's April 21st, 2020.
Yes.
So I think that's the cover email. And the attachment is the next COM number 28245, if that could be made an exhibit and brought on screen, please.
So that previous document was 3901.
That was 28244.
Yes.
And 28245.
Is 3902.
Okay, can we just see that one, please? So this is the bulletin in question, right? And
Yes, this is it's a screenshot. It looks like of someone's cell phone that would have the bulletin on it.
and this is a redacted form, but under that redaction, you recall, was a picture of the perpetrator's face.
Yes.
And if we could, so you were aware of the bulletin from the day after the shooting, right?
The 21st. That's not
2
the day
days
after.
later.
That's 2 days later.
2 days later.
Yes. I had no awareness of this bulletin prior to that time.
And Madam Registrar, can we please see another email, COM 28420, and make that an exhibit?
And that's Exhibit 3902.
I think the previous one was 3902.
Right. 3903, sorry.
This is an email from Chris Leather to you, copying Costa Demopoulos of the Issues Management Team, asking when we, I assume meaning the RCMP, became aware of the CISNS bulletin organizationally.
Madam Registrar, can you make the screen a little bit larger for us, please? Thank you.
It said, was it through OCC or HSU? And just to note, I don't need to go back to it, but in the document, 2 documents ago, 3901, it did say it's come to light this morning through HSU. What's HSU?
Human Source Unit.
Okay. And the next document is another internal email, COM 0035709. This is an RCMP internal email chain about when the bulletin came to light. If that could be made an exhibit, please.
Exhibit 3904.
So at this time, so this chain, the top emails, so it has emails from April 23rd and then up to May 2nd. Was there any discussion of releasing this information to the public at this time?
Sorry, the question, I was trying to read the email.
Go ahead if you
No,
want.
I've read it. Thank you.
And so my question is, this bulletin came to light within days of the shooting to your attention. Was there discussion of making it public at this stage?
I don't know if there was discussions in and around making the bulletin public. If we go back to the original email that was sent from Jason Popick, as you pointed out, that was April 21st. That was my first awareness of that bulletin, and Chris Leather was copying on that. The second series of emails that you just showed were from May 2nd. And even though Chris Leather was aware of how it came in, it was through individuals under the federal policing program. Mark McLeod was attached to one of the portfolios on federal, which would include, I believe, CIS Nova Scotia and the Human Source Unit. And Mark McLeod, I believe, brought that forward to Jason Popick. Jason Popick, in turn, forwarded it to Chris Leather and I for review or for awareness. Chris Leather obviously had forgotten how that came in, and Chris Leather was inquiring with me as to how did we become aware of that, even though he had obviously forgotten that it came in through Jason Popick indirectly.
And it appears there was some internal investigation of how long it had been around. On June 2nd, you received an email from Derek Santuoso of the Issues Management Team about the bulletin. That's COM 0035713. If that could be made an exhibit, please.
3905.
If that could be made bigger. And it is still quite small, so I'm just going to read it. It's a short email from Derek Santuoso to you, Chris Leather, Lee Bergman, copying H. Strong Crops and Costa Demopoulos. And it says, good morning all. In discussing the officer safety bulletin last week, it was noted on an email provided by Truro PS that Constable Kevin O'Brien, RCMP now retired, and Corporal Densmore discussed the bulletin. I asked for a scrub down of intel files on the federal side, and an analyst located a digital copy of the officer safety bulletin in a folder on a shared drive. In speaking with Sergeant Mike Sims, FSOC, it appears that the bulletin was one of many which were dumped in the folder. I've asked for more details on it, including when, who, etc. However, in light of the press conference on Thursday, I wanted to ensure you all had the most up-to-date information should you be asked to comment on it. So does the fact that the bulletin was found in a shared drive mean that it was accessible to RCMP members and officers the whole time?
Not those involved in the critical incident response. So a shared folder, it depends upon what it is, and I don't know which shared folder is that Derek Santusoso is speaking about. But some shared folders have restricted access, and others might be openly available to other resources. I don't know whether or not the shared folder that you're referring to, others had access to it. But as I understand it, there was no ability, or there was no awareness of the officer safety bulletin during the course of the 18th and 19th.
If we could go back to that June 4th press briefing, Madam Registrar, COM 057762. You did explain that, Chief Superintendent Campbell, at the press conference. You said the bulletin was not available to critical incident commanders or responding police officers as the events were unfolding on April 18th and 19th. The bulletin was brought forward days after the incident and existed in the archives of another Nova Scotia police agency. Generally, officer safety bulletins are purged from searchable police databases after 2 years.
Yes.
But it also existed in the archives of the RCMP, didn't it?
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. It was explained when I had a conversation with Superintendent Popick. As I understood it at that time of the press conference, is that our awareness of that bulletin came from, I believe it was an Amherst police officer who was working within one of the integrated street crimes enforcement units that had actually saved the bulletin, who then forwarded it to an RCMP officer, who then forwarded it through the channels over on the federal policing side.
But by June 4th, you were aware of it because June 2nd was the day that you got the email saying that there had been a digital copy in a shared drive.
I can't say that I was aware of it. The fact that I might have received an email doesn't actually mean that I had the opportunity to read that email. Like, I was incredibly busy, and there are times when it takes me up to several days to actually open emails. If they're not marked as an urgent email, I might actually not see them for several days.
But he does say, in light of the press conference on Thursday, I wanted to ensure you had all the most up-to-date information. So that's the very purpose that the email is being sent, is 2 days ahead of the press conference saying, this is what you need to know for the press conference.
If you're suggesting that I was trying to not say something that I knew, that's not correct. I was giving the information as best as I knew it during that press conference.
So just standing back a bit, I mean, what is the significance of this bulletin? Was there reluctance to mention it, even if it wasn't accessible by first responders, because possession of the bulletin might lead to an inference that the RCMP could have done more to investigate the perpetrator prior to the events?
No, the fact that the information wasn't available to critical incident commanders, they told me that. They did not have that information. It would have been helpful to have known that. And it also would have been helpful to understand the background of the offender leading up to, the 18th and 19th, even though it was several years beforehand. All would have been helpful, but not aware, or there was no knowledge of the critical incident responders or the critical incident commander of that bulletin. So it would have been helpful, but it was not known by those that were on the ground. There was no intent to not speak to it. It was real and it existed, and we needed to understand it. And also, from an investigative perspective, that would have potentially provided some leads in terms of background or individuals that might have known more about the offender, and that might have actually helped focus the investigation. So it became important to understand the origins of it, who was providing that information that might have been able to translate into additional taskings for the investigative team.
But was the origin of it being tracked down because the existence of it was embarrassing in some way?
No. I would say no to that. Not that it was embarrassing. Certainly, when I saw that, my reaction was, you've got to be kidding me, when I saw it. But where was that, and why did we not know about it? That was my reaction to it.
But once you did know about it, there was also a period of time where the RCMP chose not to make it public. And the RCMP had meetings with the Nova Scotia Chiefs of Police about it. There was a meeting May 14th, 2020, where you and Chief Superintendent Leather met with the Nova Scotia chiefs, including Chief David McNeil of Truro, about the bulletin. And we have the minutes of that meeting. Madam Registrar, can we see COM 0051644, please, and make that an exhibit?
That's 3906.
And can we go to page 7, please? Those are the attendees at the top, and then in the right-hand column, we see the speakers. And it should be lower down where Superintendent Campbell is speaking. And looking for a passage that says, just want to mention one quick thing here about the intent not to release at this time. Oh yeah, it's at the first bullet point there. So it says, you mentioned the fact about the ongoing investigation. It would be helpful just to tell everyone that, and as you mentioned, when you were first doing your investigation, we're obviously running down the source of the American guns and that we're working with our counterparts on the state side. The timing of that information contained in the bulletin that he had access to weapons and or that he had firearms. You know, the reason why we want to hold back as much detail as possible about it is that's because of the ongoing investigation. You recall that meeting?
You know, I don't really have a specific recollection of the meeting. I don't, because there were so many meetings that we were having on so many issues. I do remember discussions in and around much of the background interactions with the police, whether it be through the Officer Safety Bulletin. There was a threats file as well that was investigated by the HRP. Those were things that we were trying to get a better understanding of. But there must be minutes that were taken from the meeting. Again, the focus was, you know, the guns that the individual had in their possession, were they any of these guns that were mentioned within the Officer Safety Bulletin? We didn't know that. We're trying to investigate that.
But the bulletin was 9 years old at that point. So why would releasing a 9-year-old bulletin have compromised the investigation in 2020?
Well, it might speak to how long we might have to go back in terms of our inquiries, or, you know, who might have had awareness or knowledge. So, you know, as an investigation unfolds, there's a lot of unknowns, and you don't know what steps that you might take that could be of benefit or that could be negative. There's a lot of what ifs within that environment.
Was there discussion of the information about the bulletin or the bulletin itself being released redacted without the sensitive information?
I can't remember anything in terms of redacting. I just don't have a recollection of that specifically.
The bulletin was eventually made public because Truro Police received a Freedom of Information request from the media and they released it. I take it was the RCMP not happy about that?
I wouldn't say that the RCMP wasn't happy about that. I wasn't central to those discussions that were taking place between the Truro Police Service and our Criminal Operations Officer, Chief Superintendent Leather, but I wouldn't characterize it as the fact that we weren't happy. Again, as I said before, like depending upon what information you release, it could have a benefit, but it also could have a detrimental effect on your ongoing investigation. Again, we were days into this. We had a very large task ahead of us, and we wanted to make sure that we were going to be able to do the investigation as best as we possibly could.
A related issue is the H Division policies about document retention, and you addressed that in the June 4th press conference. You said that generally officer safety bulletins are purged after 2 years. However, you had some information that the policies were more complex than that. I'll just bring up an email, COM 20645, if that could be made an exhibit. This is an email that you received 2 days earlier on June 2nd. You're not actually on this chain, but you forwarded it an email, which we have next, which I'll bring up next. You forwarded it the same day, which at the bottom, so this is talking about retention policies. I'll just give you a minute to look at it. It's explaining different retention periods for different documents. And then if you look at the very bottom, So this looks like it's in preparation for the June 4th press conference. So it says, if pressed, more background information, which I take it would be if asked in a Q&A session. The last sentence is, we have many different operational retention periods. The lowest is 2 years. And then if we can just see the email where you forwarded that, it's COM 00200644, if that could be made an exhibit.
And that previous document was Exhibit 3907.
You forwarded the last email we saw as an attachment to an email to Derek Santuoso of the Issues Management Team and Chief Superintendent Chris Leather. If we could make that a little bigger, please, Madam Registrar, with the cover message saying you didn't find it overly helpful.
Yes.
So I appreciate that it is a little complicated explaining different retention periods for different documents. Some of them are governed by statute, but leaving aside the complexity of different retention periods, would you agree it's different? Why did you change what it said in the email you received that the lowest retention period was 2 years to saying the retention period was generally 2 years?
That's the information that I was given, that it was a 2-year retention period. When I say here that the information wasn't very helpful, it's confusing at the very least in terms of retention periods on many different types of files. There's different types of investigations that have a longer retention period, and there are others that have lower retention periods. I was making these inquiries because I expected questions in and around, when did you know this? Why didn't you know this if you didn't know it? And I was trying to understand that, and I found that the information I eventually received back from Ottawa wasn't helping me understand that. But as I was understanding it, is that they were, and I'd had conversations with others in the CIS&S world, I can't remember specifically who it was, about the retention periods on some of these bulletins, and I was told it was a 2-year retention period.
Stepping back and looking at why you're looking at the retention period at this point, was it that it was embarrassing that the bulletin still existed, that not happy that the bulletin still existed, like it should have been purged after 2 years?
No, absolutely not. It's central to the question of, when did you know this? Why didn't you know this during the unfolding critical incident? Not that it was embarrassing, it's just that it would have been helpful. And it certainly would have been helpful, even from an investigative standpoint, to know about this before April 21st.
So then is the significance of the retention period that one wouldn't expect things older than 2 years to be out there and therefore not looking for them, perhaps?
Well, I would like to think that the retention period on an officer safety bulletin that suggested that someone illegally possessed firearms and they had an intent to kill someone, it wouldn't matter who it was, that would be important to retain for an extended period of time, in my view.
The last media statement I want to ask you about was 6 months later. It was published to the RCMP's website on December 4th, 2020. That's in that same appendix, which is COM 0057762 at page 85.
Ms. Young, that previous email was marked as Exhibit 3908.
Thank you. That was COM 20644. You say in this statement that while there are outstanding issues about what happened in April, to, quote, ensure a fair trial for those who've been charged, and with the public inquiry now ongoing, end quote, then quote again, the RCMP will respectfully refrain from further commenting on these matters outside of the inquiry, close quote. Whose decision was it to have no further communications outside the inquiry?
Well, what I'm saying there in that release is that, and if you can maybe just reference the date on this one again.
December 4th, 2020.
So is this the release that was also outlining that there were certain charges that had been laid?
I would think so. If we can go
Okay.
back up. The time frame is about right, and you do refer to charges.
And does it name individuals that were charged? I just need to see that.
I don't see it on the passage on screen, but these are excerpts. It does. Thank you.
Okay. So in fairness to any individual that's been charged, we wouldn't make any further comment if they were before the courts, specifically on that one matter. And at that time, I can't recall exactly when we were notified that there would be the Mass Casualty Commission. I was also, and others, wanted to remain respectful of not saying anything over and above what we had already said in an effort to not influence anyone. We wanted to make sure that the Mass Casualty Commission was able to carry out its work and be able to communicate its findings to the public.
Was that your decision, or were you ordered not to have any further media contact?
Well, no, I wouldn't say it was. I mean, I had a perspective on that. I felt that in terms of any information that we could add that wasn't going to be prejudicial to an individual who had been charged, then we should be able to do that. Any information relative to any of the subsequent charges, that would be unfair to be able to comment further on that. But specifically in terms of when you asked the question, was I ordered not to say anything further, there were conversations between our strategic communications personnel here in Nova Scotia and those at our national headquarters in Ottawa, specifically in and around further commentary or documentary programs that were asking for further information. I felt that as long as it dealt with things that were staying away from any charges before the courts, and as long as it was related to material that we had already spoken to, that we might be able to answer further questions on because we'd already released that information, I was comfortable in doing that.
So
But there was a decision internally from Ottawa that we would refrain from participating further.
So the commissioner didn't want you to participate further, but you would have to the extent possible without jeopardizing the ongoing prosecution?
Well, I can't say it was the commissioner. All I know was direction from national headquarters, strategic communications. Who would have provided that direction? I don't know.
Who were you hearing it from in national communications?
Well, it's our national communications employees were discussing that directly with, I believe it was Leah Scanlon, who was our strategic communications director in Nova Scotia.
And who was speaking to Ms. Scanlon? Do you know?
I don't know specifically who it was. I would imagine it would have been some of the key individuals within strategic communications nationally. Sharon Tessier, possibly. I think she was the director general. But I can't say for sure it was Sharon. It could have been one of many of her other employees.
You referred to the fact that you were willing to cooperate with documentaries, for example. So before the charges were laid in the fall of 2020, you recall there was some internal discussions about whether the RCMP should participate in an episode of The Fifth Estate that was being prepared about the mass casualty and its aftermath.
Yes, I remember that.
And we're going to look, or I'm going to exhibit some emails on the topic. I understand that you and others were initially in favor of participating, albeit on certain conditions, but that this was vetoed at the last minute by the commissioner?
Yes, I seem to recall that, you know, as a division, we had made a decision that we would participate and that I was comfortable in doing that. But it might be a fair characterization in the last minute that was reversed by Ottawa.
And so I would like to, I don't think we necessarily need to go through them all, but I would like to exhibit them all. Madam Registrar, if COM 0026690 could be made an exhibit, please.
That's 3910.
That's an email from you to Leah Scanlon dated September 22nd, 2020, to discuss a proposed approach to an interview with the Fifth Estate. So at that point, you were contemplating granting an interview for that program, right?
Yes.
And then COM 0034761, could that be made an exhibit, please?
3911.
And as well, an associated document, COM 34760.
3912.
And that's September 23rd, 2020, Leah Scanlon distributed a communications brief about the proposed interview, which you had approved, and Lee Bergerman had approved, and it appeared to be pending approval by Chris Leather, which is indicated on red in the document. And so that the brief states, among other things, that the announcement of inquiry does not preclude the RCMP from speaking to the media. Instead, it underlines the importance of knowing who should speak. Do you know whether Chris Leather did ultimately approve that particular communications brief?
I don't know. Chief Superintendent Larry would have to speak to that.
And so why were you in favor of participating in that Fifth Estate program?
Well, I was in favor largely because of the fact that it was clear to me that there was much interest in what had happened. I mean, it was a catastrophic series of events that many people had questions about. And my concern always was is that if we don't say anything, there's this perception that we're hiding something. And I didn't want that perception to become a reality. And I think it's important to be able to speak to what you can speak to as fully as you possibly can, considering all aspects of what had happened, as well as continuing with an ongoing investigation, because of the fact that at that point in time, there, as I mentioned earlier, there was still the ongoing investigation that we were hoping to make some advancements on in terms of the US side. So trying to balance that, but I think that it's fair and it's appropriate, and in my view, still to this day, it's necessary to be able to say as much as you possibly can, because there will be so many questions.
At that point in time, September of 2020, were there some inaccuracies in reporting or in earlier statements from the RCMP that you wanted to correct by participating in that episode?
Well, you'd have to point out the inaccuracies for me, because like anything, every day that goes by, an investigation will progress, and what you thought you knew were facts sometimes can change, and you have to be open to those changes. So naturally, over the course of time, you learn more. And you might be able to clarify issues as well.
But what do you recall right now? Was there anything that you would have liked to have said that you weren't allowed to say?
Well, I mean, you can always anticipate what those questions might be, or you can prepare whatever material is that you're willing to actually say, but you have to be prepared for a multitude of questions. So if an individual is agreeing to submit to a national news interview, whether it be taped or live, you have to be alive to the fact that you're going to be asked questions.
Right, and you were going to be the person, right, being interviewed?
Well, I think that, Leah Scanlon felt that I was probably one of the people that should have done that. As I said before, I was prepared to do it. We never got to the stage where we actually did it. It could have changed. It could have been Chief Superintendent Leather that did it.
But you did get far enough along that there was a communications brief that you'd approved. So you must have had in your mind types of things you would have been willing to talk about, because there were probably some things that you were also not willing to talk about at that point. So can you tell us what you would have been willing to talk about that you didn't talk about because you weren't allowed to in the end?
Well, I can't specifically remember the details of the communications brief without actually physically reading it right now and trying to get my mind back to that period of time. But I would have, as you pointed out, if there were things that had changed for us in terms of our knowledge or our understanding, I certainly would have expected to be asked those questions. And as long as it didn't impact on the ongoing investigation, I would have been more than prepared to answer to those things, because they were things that we had already said.
Com 26698, if that could be made an exhibit, please, Madam Registrar.
It's Exhibit 3909.
This is an email dated September 28th, 2020, where you forwarded an email from the CBC to Ms. Scanlon. The email indicated that the meeting with the Fifth Estate had been canceled and was asking Commissioner Lucky, copying you, to reconsider. Whose decision was it to cancel the meeting with the Fifth Estate?
Again, as I have already testified, I don't know specifically whose decision it was. Obviously, if there's an email that references the commissioner, I would imagine the commissioner might have weighed in, as well as the deputy commissioner of contract and indigenous policing, because the commanding officer of the division would report up through Deputy Commissioner Brian Brennan, who's obviously a member of the Senior Executive Committee in Ottawa. So between those individuals, I would imagine someone within that core group had made that final decision, but I don't know who it was.
I think what you'd previously testified about was more the decision in December of 2020 not to have any further communications with the media. So this is more about this incident. Perhaps we'll see if you can refresh your memory from some of the emails. We look at COM 0029199. If that could be made an exhibit, please, Madam Registrar.
Exhibit 3913.
Can you bring that up on screen, please? Can that be made bigger, please? So this is an email from Jennifer Clark to you, dated September 28th, 2020. Who's Jennifer Clark?
Sorry?
Who's Jennifer Clark?
Jennifer Clark is one of the public information officers. She is now retired. She was a regular member of the RCMP. You might remember Jennifer Clark as being the individual that I co-conducted the April 24th press conference with.
Okay. And can we just scroll down and see if there's a chain there? Okay. So can scroll back up again. So just read that. So this is Corporal Clark's email to you. She was pretty much crushed. That's referring to the reporter. Elizabeth wants to be able to tell the whole story, and she can't do that if we don't play ball. I absolutely understand her frustration with trying to give us an opportunity to speak when we really need to, for the benefit of Heidi and the other victims, for our members, and for their families. Over the weekend, I had dinner with a friend of mine who retired 5 years ago. I was shocked at how he was affected by all this. Just goes to show how badly people need answers. But the commissioner has other ideas, apparently. Thanks, Darren, Jen. So does that refresh your memory as to whose idea it was to cancel that?
Well, I mean, that's Jen Clark's referencing the commissioner. Sometimes people will assume that the commissioner is making decisions when it could be someone directly reporting to the commissioner. I really can't say. That's Jen's assessment of where that decision came from. But as I said, I've already testified that I'm not intimately aware as to where the final decision was made for us not to speak further.
Let's have a look at Commissioner Lucky's email then. COM 0054861, if that could be made an exhibit, please.
3914.
Can that be brought on screen, please? And so you can just scroll down to the bottom, please. So starting at the bottom, there's an email to Jennifer Clark from Elizabeth, who's the CBC, Elizabeth McMillan, who's the CBC reporter. And then if you can scroll back up, and that's copying you. And then this is an email from Gillian Finley, the CBC, to Commissioner Lucky, dated September 28th, 2020. And that's copying you. And then above that, we have September 29th, 2020, email from Brenda Lucky, RCMP Commissioner, to Ms. Finley. Oh, can we just stay there? And she says, in order to protect the integrity of the public inquiry, unfortunately, we will not be participating in this interview. So that's Commissioner Lucky directly communicating with the media. And then if you can just scroll up, that's the reporter's response, or Gillian Finley's response to the commissioner. And then if you can go up again, please. This gets forwarded, and Lee Bergerman says to you, Leah Scanlon and Chris Leather, regarding the reporter's response, saw that coming as soon as I read the commissioner's response. So does that now refresh your memory that it was Commissioner Lucky saying no?
It certainly does, and thank you for showing that to me. As I said before, I would have received multiple emails. So until I've had an opportunity to see that, it's quite clear to me that it was Commissioner Lucky's decision not to. And thank you for showing me that.
And I think there are just a couple of other internal emails. Com 0054920. Or, Madam Registrar, I don't think we've entered Com 54915. Email from...
That'll be Exhibit 3915.
Thank you. This is an email from Gillian Finley of the Fifth Estate to you, Chris Leather, and Andrew Joyce, referring to the cancellation of the Fifth Estate meeting, asking for another audience, and then Com 0054920.
Exhibit 3916.
And that's Leah Scanlon's internal reply that she has to answer, that they can't participate in it. Then there's another thread, Com 0054895.
Exhibit 3917.
And this is in the immediate aftermath of the cancellation. There's a thread involving Leah Scanlon, Steve Halliday, Lee Bergerman, yourself, and others in response to the Fifth Estate reaching out to individual members. Steve Halliday suggests a communique from H Division leadership, and Leah Scanlon takes a different view. So would you say there was tension between the approach to the media between National Headquarters and H Division?
Well, there were polarized perspectives. I don't know if it was tension. I mean, as I have already testified, there was willingness on our part to do it. I saw it as something that would have been helpful to do, but we were being directed otherwise.
And was it the commissioner's individual decision, or do you know who else was involved in that strategy to stop talking to the media?
Well, I don't know, but I would expect that through the course of normal conversations and reporting up, the Deputy Commissioner of Contract and Indigenous Policing would have had some level of awareness of these discussions between the division and the Commissioner. And again, I appreciate the fact that you've shown me these emails because it does help me. There's been much that has happened over the last 2.5 years, and it's difficult to keep all of it straight. I don't think that those decisions from the Commissioner are made in a vacuum. I think that the Commissioner would be consulted by others, or others would consult with the Commissioner to help frame up the Commissioner's perspective on things before a decision was made.
Would you say the Commissioner was supporting H Division members and officers in their communication strategy?
I don't feel that we were not being supported. Central to this issue was whether we were going to participate in this particular Fifth Estate interview. But going forward, and when you brought up that email that lays out specifically the Commissioner's perspective on it, the Commissioner was signaling to us that with the Mass Casualty Commission being underway, that we're going to refrain from commenting further on that.
It appears that the CBC tried to contact H Division officers after the September 29th cancellation. So is H Division allowed to have an independent communication strategy?
I think that there's a lot within the organization, being a national organization, where if you're dealing with an event like this that has national interest, national implications, that you would have a lot more involvement from Ottawa. Normally, day-to-day operations would be allowed to carry on, and there wouldn't be an inject from national communications on a singular event or a homicide file. But given the nature and the scope of what happened here, there was a lot more oversight or a lot more interest in injects by Ottawa.
Turning to post-event learning, what, if any, internal investigation or analysis did the RCMP perform with respect to the incident at Onslow Fire Hall?
Internally, well, for one, whenever there's the use of force by a police officer in this province, the district officer would normally engage, or should engage CERT, which is independent, so that's external. But also, if there is a CERT investigation, there's often a parallel conduct investigation. And there would also be an assessment of the use of force. So for example, every time an officer would use force, they have to account for that level of use of force that's documented. And then if there was any conduct issues arising from that use of force, that would be investigated as a parallel or a separate investigation under the Code of Conduct.
Certain investigations are limited to whether or not criminal charges should be laid, correct?
There wouldn't be an outcome by CERT, meaning that any accountability criminally, those outcomes or any potential charges would come from CERT, because it's an independent body that would investigate the police in terms of a use of force incident that resulted in either injury or death.
But even if criminal charges aren't laid, would you agree there's more to be learned from mistakes that may have been made at the Onslow Fire Hall?
So as part of the, I referenced it earlier, the hazardous occurrence investigation team, they have examined that, as well as the shooting of Constable Chad Morrison, the shooting of Constable Heidi Stevenson. So those are internal. That assessment, I don't believe that the final report has been tabled yet, but there are a number of recommendations in and around that, as well as the ESDC investigation, which is external. So specific to your question, internally, there's Hoyt that would look at that, as well as the conduct investigation, which would be ordered by the line officer within Northeast Nova, because those would have been resources that were attached under the authority of the district policing officer and the superintendent in Northeast Nova.
So you didn't order any review of that incident yourself?
Well, when you talk about me ordering a review, that is not my area of responsibility, Northeast Nova, or those members that work within the general duty environment, or there's a SKU unit or street crimes enforcement unit that falls under that Northeast Nova district policing officer. I didn't order the code of conduct investigation because that's not my responsibility to do that. That would be superintendent in charge of Northeast Nova to do that. The Hoyt investigation that I mentioned before, the hazardous occurrence investigation, that would be ordered through the criminal operations officer.
So while these other investigations are pending, has there been any effort, though, to just have a look and see if anything should be done differently so that nobody is placed in an unsafe situation again?
Well, I think that the entire situation itself, like, as I mentioned before, when I had requested the critical incident response review, that would have included what challenges were presented by the fact that the offender was operating what looked just like a marked police vehicle. And, you know, what transpired there, it would have been quite helpful to have that review to understand the risks associated with a situation like that if it was ever presented ever again. So there really should be a more focused attention in and around, if we're faced with a similar situation, what can we possibly do
And so
to be able to prevent that?
who would be in charge of ordering that or having a look at that?
Well, I would say, again, the level of impact emotionally on every individual in this province, particularly, you know, I have to recognize the families certainly have suffered the most, and that level of trauma is highest there. But the ability internally in this division to conduct an objective assessment of what happened, I think is hampered by that level of emotion, because there isn't a single, I don't believe that there's a single serving police officer in this division in Nova Scotia that has the ability to do an external look and then make like an actual objective assessment and recommendations related to that. It needs to be handled outside of these resources here.
So I understand you to be saying there should be someone having a look at it, and it can't be someone from each division.
And that's why that hazardous occurrence investigative team was actually comprised of officers, experienced major crimes investigators from the RCMP in British Columbia.
Looking forward, do you have any improvements to propose for the RCMP that the commissioners could consider in formulating their recommendations?
How much time do we have?
Got the rest of the day?
Well, there's always a need to, there needs to be a culture, and I believe that that culture actually does exist in terms of efforts to always try to do better. Every incident that you face, you're always going to have to reflect on those things to understand what we could do better, what went well, what didn't go well, where the gaps were, and how we can move forward. So I just want to set up my response first, because I do believe that, you know, the organization that I know the RCMP to be, there's always been a focus on trying to understand what we could do better, because that's ultimately what we want to do, is that we always want to do better. And there is no such thing as perfect. And that has to be fully understood and exercised by every individual in the force and management as well, particularly. So when we talk about improvements, I earlier spoke of improvements in terms of critical incident response capabilities to get officers to remote locations quicker. There will always be needs for improvements in that area. Our teams are not small. They carry a lot of equipment, and platforms that we have available to us are not adequate to be able to move those resources.
What do you mean by platforms? Do you mean the TAV vehicles?
Well, I'm talking about air platforms.
Okay.
Yeah, the aerial platforms or the aircraft are not large enough to move full teams. The only way we could ever do that is if we charter an aircraft at a considerable expense. An example of that would be when I bring in teams from national headquarters for an incident in Bridgewater. I paid a $50,000 bill for an aircraft to get a team to Nova Scotia to deal with a matter in Bridgewater. $50,000 for a one-way ticket. So we need capacity in that area because we're covering a lot of ground, and time is important, and getting critical incident resources on the ground as fast as you can is critical. When I talked about capacity issues in terms of resource numbers, human resource numbers, we need to build in a buffer in terms of our ability to actually keep people healthy, keep people in training cycles, and keep people in deployment or operational cycles. I don't believe they're resourced on the critical incident side, because I mentioned that 2018 and 2019 urban modernization study indicating that a minimum number for an ERT team should be 18, because callouts minimum numbers should be 12 at all times. That's to be able to deploy the techniques and to do every operation. And that's just the ERT members. That doesn't include the dog handlers or the EMRT, the medical technicians, or the negotiators. Those are, I'm just talking about the ERT resources. We don't have enough to be able to respond to multiple incidents that are ongoing at the same time. We don't have enough to respond to incidents that are back-to-back, so we have to rely on relief teams to come in and carry those operations over into the next operational period. That's more specific on the earth side. There have been improvements that have been made in terms of situational awareness when it comes to responding officers from a patrol environment, as well as critical incident response members or ERT members. The ATAC system is now back up and running in the division. That includes our police service dogs. There were gaps there in terms of situational awareness and our ability to actually see the locations of some of those critical resources on the ground. That allows you to be able to deploy more resources a little more efficiently, or I should say safely. So that awareness is key. In terms of our general duty responses and our patrol numbers, like we had talked briefly about police to population ratios, police to kilometer ratios, and I talked about things like buffers. When we are resourced to provide minimum numbers, and when we're faced with members who have to be off a shift because they're appearing in court the following day, or someone has been injured at work, or someone is on a maternity leave or a paternity leave, or someone is away on training, that all creates drains on available frontline resources. And I see it every single day, call-outs for overtime shifts, for frontline memberships, because I believe that we're not resourced to provide that buffer in terms of whether it's an injury or it's an entitlement, and we also need to be able to make sure that our officers get the rest that they deserve.
And on the topic of resourcing, can you describe your experience of more or less integrated models between provincial and municipal policing? You know, if the pot of money isn't going to get bigger, are there smarter ways to use the money that you can share with the commissioners?
Absolutely. I would highly suggest that the commission look at the integrated models that exist within the Lower Mainland district of the Vancouver area. The reason for that is that that is an environment I worked in for 24 years. And I worked on many integrated teams in the Lower Mainland of BC, and they are comprised of police officers from multiple agencies. And they receive the same training, they receive the same equipment, they have the same provincial policing standards. They operate with one another. They have true joint management teams that direct those resources. Essentially, it is an efficient cost-sharing model that ensures consistency of delivery of service to those areas that they serve. That is something that I think is achievable because it exists. Again, there is no such thing as perfect. There will always be challenges, but I think it's a great example of true integrated policing efforts that are ongoing right now, this very day.
Can you explain that connection with integration between forces? There's the resourcing aspect, but you also mentioned being able to operate together. So what is the impact on interoperability when forces are integrated?
Well, when forces are integrated, it has a massive impact on interoperability, and that interoperability originates from clearly defined and well thought through provincial policing standards. And if those standards are implemented from a provincial perspective, all agencies are expected to meet those standards first. That's the first key piece. Following that, if you enter into an agreement where you are going to create an integrated unit, if those standards are in place, that means that the policies will be consistent. That means the training will be consistent. And then if their officers are working together, that means they have familiarity with each other. They are comfortable. They've practiced, they've exercised, they've responded together. So they have that practical experience as well. It's challenging if you were to take two agencies who have never worked together and expect things to go very smoothly. And in fact, they probably won't go smoothly, and it could create certain levels of danger. If the agencies haven't worked together before, if they haven't practiced together, and if they haven't deployed together. So massive benefits in creating those units, because I think what it does is it enhances and develops better relationships between the agencies, certainly a mutual level of respect and understanding, and you're sharing common goals and you're sharing common platforms.
Has any of that improved in Nova Scotia since April of 2020?
Interoperability?
Interoperability, relationship between police agencies. What do you think can and should be done to work on those relationships?
So the answer to that question would be yes and no. Yes, from the perspective of I do have a lot of faith and confidence in the police officers on the street who do want to get along. They do want to work together, and they do have a complete understanding of each other's challenges that they face every day because they're very similar. And I've seen on many occasions the ground level members who really do need to rely on each other and communicate with one another. From a management perspective, that's the no part of the answer. I don't think that those relationships have gotten any better. And in fact, I would say that they've gotten worse.
What about with approaching investigations on intimate partner violence and potential connections between violence in the home and then violence that may carry outside the home? Do you see any areas for improvement in the RCMP where they can pick up on behavior that could be a red flag, that could nip further violence in the bud potentially?
Well, I think there's an awful lot of work that always needs to be done in terms of domestic violence or intimate partner violence. I've said it before. I think my words that I've used before is it's real. It's far too common. And I believe that the impacts of domestic violence, because often there can be, I'm not saying it's the case all the time, but there can be barriers to victims feeling comfortable in coming forward or sharing their experience and then engaging the police in terms of a hope to change that situation for themselves and ensure that the offender is brought before the courts or provided with whatever necessary interventions that might be required for that individual. So there's always areas for improvement, and I believe that we always have to be looking at whatever it is that we can do to understand it. But I think there needs to be greater investments in terms of conducting threat assessments of individuals. There needs to be greater, and there's been efforts made, for example, I believe they're called the situation tables, where there's discussions in and around offenders by multiple agencies who might have information on someone that is offending that other agencies have no awareness of, or actually might have offers of assistance or advice to be able to provide to the police. It needs to be a holistic approach. It can't just be a policing approach, and it can't be an agency-specific approach, because as we all know, you can live in Bible Hill today, you can live in Halifax tomorrow, and you can live in Vancouver the following month. So how do we track and manage these people? How do we compare those notes? How do we make sure that people don't slip through the cracks? So when I talk about holistic approaches, much like when it comes to sexual offenses, I think that there needs to be a lot more community or community support agency involvement in the assessments and interventions for those that are exhibiting behaviors of domestic violence or actually committing domestic violence offenses. And then there needs to be a really focused effort on the part of the courts to be able to provide necessary, not just supports to the victim, but also supports to the offender to understand and get to the root of why they would want to act violently towards someone they should care about.
You mentioned barriers that victims might face. Is the RCMP making any efforts to think about whether there are any barriers on the RCMP end that could be lowered?
I think it needs to be a willingness always to involve other agencies and community partners in those discussions first. I don't want to make any excuses, but in order to be able to really drill down and make meaningful change, it's going to require commitment. And that commitment is going to mean that we are going to have to assign resources specifically to carry these initiatives. And I do know from my experience that it's always challenging because there are multiple priorities that you're always juggling and you're always trying to address. And those priorities will change. And you don't want to start something that you don't finish. So the RCMP, governments, other agencies need to really, if it's important, and I believe it is, they need to make the investments in understanding the scope of the problem, because I don't think that the scope of many of these problems, whether it be sexual exploitation and human trafficking or domestic violence, I don't think we really fully understand it at all, because I believe that many victims just do not come forward. And that includes male victims of intimate partner violence.
And what about victims in rural areas specifically?
Well, I think the rural always presents challenges because, one, there may be barriers in terms of a victim's ability to reach out. You might not have a neighbor that lives right next door. There could be several kilometers between you and your nearest neighbor. They may have to travel further. They may not have access to modes of travel to actually access supports and systems. There's always going to be additional layers of complexities when you're speaking about responding in rural environments, whether it's a fire department or it's a police service or it's a social service. That just means that if providers need to travel further to get to those people, and those that need that assistance need to be able to travel or connect, which sometimes can be difficult for them to do.
Before we wrap up, I want to ask you about your notes. We received your notes in several batches, and you do have notes taken after the last ones that we have, dated April 13th, 2021, that have not yet been produced to the Commission. Can you tell us why that is and when we will have them?
Yes. The bulk of the notes that I've disclosed were based on a request from the H-Strong-2 team, which was essentially the disclosure team. I think there might have been 5 or 6 notebooks. Early in the investigation, there was much, the majority of my notes were surrounding this investigation or peripheral aspects of it. And then over time, my notes or my involvement in this matter would have certainly dropped off considerably over the period of time. So the first batch of notes was based on the request up until that point in time. And then, of course, I just would continue making notes on a variety of investigations and issues that I would have been handling over the course of that period forward, with minimal entries related to this particular event. In terms of the timing, I've already scanned all of my notebooks. I've disclosed 2 more notebooks. I think in our statement, I mentioned the process that I use. I take my notebook, I scan it, or I should say I first photocopy each page. And then what I do is I'm a little bit old school in that sense. I red pen, redact a box so that you could see what's in that area, but then I apply national vetting codes. For example, if it's not relevant to this investigation, it'll get a V4 vetting code. If it's privileged information, a conversation between counsel and myself, it'll get a V2. If it's personal information, it'll get a V1. I'll disclose that to the H-Strong-2 team, and then in turn, they will disclose that to the Department of Justice. As I understand it, the Department of Justice would apply redactions to that material based on not what I put, but their assessment of it as well. But I think in fairness, they would need to see how I assessed it, because sometimes my notes would be just point form, and they might not understand that it's connected or not connected to this investigation.
So did you say there's 2 more batches coming?
There's 2 separate notebooks that have since been disclosed to H-Strong-2, and I think that the Department of Justice has 1 of 2 of those. And I have 3 more that I've already copied, and I'm just finishing the vetting process on that. But largely, because they're not associated to this event, they're largely redacted as V4, meaning irrelevant.
Because these notebooks have your notes about everything and not just this case, is that right?
Everything that I'm doing within the support services portfolio, so it's multiple other investigations to a host of other issues.
So when will you have your notes to the Department of Justice so that they can get them to the commission?
I've already committed to the Department of Justice that the remaining 3 notebooks will be with them before I finish my testimony. And hopefully we'll be leaving back for New Brunswick as of Wednesday.
So by the end of the day tomorrow, you'll have your notes to
Yeah.
them and then have.
The Department of Justice Canada will actually have those 3 notebooks with my red boxed vetted suggestions.
And of course, as soon as the commission has them, they will disclose them as soon as possible. Thank you, Chief Superintendent. Those are my questions for you for today. And I would just ask the commissioners if I could enter a few more exhibits before we finish.
Yes, please.
And so as far as I'm concerned for the moment, if Chief Superintendent Campbell could be excused, I just need to read some document numbers in.
All right.
Just for right
I
now.
presume it makes sense to take what would be ordinarily left of this afternoon to caucus with council to determine an order of participation tomorrow.
We may be
for
able to use
prosecution.
some of the time today. I just mean he doesn't have to sit there right now, but I don't think he should necessarily be excused for the day.
Oh.
Some participants may wish to start questioning today. We can discuss that during caucusing.
Okay, thank you. Why don't you're free to go for now, at least from where you're sitting, and just stand by and we'll be back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent. Sorry, go ahead, Ms. Young.
Thank you, Commissioners. I do have a number of documents to tender with related to this witness, and rather than hand the registrar a list, I did just, for the benefit of the participants, want them to know which documents are going in. These are almost all, I believe, on the Rule 46 summary. And so the first is a policy document. It's COM 39705, Administration Manual, Chapter 13.1, Communication Services.
That's 3918.
Then COM 008544, H Strong Situation Report.
3919.
COM 0059587, transcript of the Mass Casualty Commission witness interview of Chief Superintendent Janice Gray, and that's JANIS GRAY.
3920.
COM 0058995. This is a letter from the Department of Justice to Commission Counsel explaining the email address with the word dummy in it. May already be an exhibit, but
3921.
COM 001262, email chain between Superintendent Campbell and Chief Superintendent Chris Leather, dated April 19th, 2020.
3922.
COM 006876, which is a screenshot of text messages provided by Superintendent Campbell.
3923.
COM 00159959, emails between Dustine Rogier, Chris Leather, and Darren Campbell.
3924.
COM 16870, email correspondence between Darren Campbell and Chris Leather, dated April 19th, 2020.
3925.
COM 17257, which is also email correspondence between Campbell and Leather, April 19th, 2020.
3926.
COM 00518382 is notes of Janice Gray from April 19th to April 28th, 2020.
3927.
COM 0059132, RCMP update on implementation of the McNeil recommendations from January 2020.
3928.
COM 0056204, RCMP response to written evidence priority 1.
3929.
COM 0056098, list of national mandatory training, December 2020.
3930.
COM 0059441, H Division Multi-Year Financial Plan, 2021 to 2023.
3931.
COM 39857, OM Chapter 13.4, Emergency Operational Plans.
3932.
And Commissioner, some of these documents were referred to in the witness's interview, but not today, which is why they're going in this way.
Thank you.
I'm about halfway through. COM 0040397, H Division Violent Crime in Progress Operations Plan.
3933.
COM 0051944, letter from Department of Justice to Commission Council regarding Emergency Operations Plan, February 22nd, 2022.
3934.
COM 59130, Tactical Operations Manual, Chapter 7.1, Critical Incident Program Activation Policy.
3935.
COM 0059656, Draft Crisis Communications, SOP, April 2022.
3936.
COM 0039871, Operations Manual, Chapter 27.1, Media Relations.
3937.
COM 0039705, Administration Manual, Chapter 13.1, oh, Communication Services. I think we already did that one at the beginning, so not do that one again. COM 008559, SITRAP vehicle return to victim family with alleged exhibits.
3938.
COM 0016812, email from Constable Bent, family meeting, June 23rd, 2020.
3939.
COM 00222210, which is also an email from Constable Bent, family meetings, dated June 23rd, 2020.
3940.
COM 0028916, email about family meetings, July 22nd, 2020.
3941.
COM 0028481, email from Matt Logan to Superintendent Campbell.
3942.
COM 0034822, H strong key messages.
3943.
COM 0020592, email from Chief Superintendent Leather to Superintendent Campbell IMT Summary, 2011 CISNS Bulletin, May 26, 2020.
3944.
COM 0051721, email correspondence regarding CISNS Bulletin information, May 26, 2020.
3945.
COM 0021306, task report of DC Bruce Lake, CISNS Bulletin, May 26, 2020.
3946.
COM 0025465, email correspondence regarding the release of the 2011 CISNS Bulletin, May 27, 2020.
3947.
COM 0035713, email from Derek Santuoso to Superintendent Campbell, June 2nd, 2020. We may have covered that one today, but we can put it in now and double check.
3948.
Thank you. COM 0054858, agenda, October 1st, ARS Senior Officials Group, September 28th, 2020.
3949.
COM 0059693, letter to Commission Council from the Department of Justice Canada, July 4th, 2022.
3950.
COM 0024134, email correspondence between Darren Campbell, Gerard Rose Bertium, and Angela McKay, dated June 17th, 2020.
3951.
And there are 5 documents that did not have COM numbers until today, so these are newly available in the participants' workspace in Relativity. This is the response to written evidence number 2. This is the answer to the question of what the RCMP has done and changed since the mass casualty events. That's COMM 0059949.
That's 3952.
Then COM 0059945 are the notes of Cindy Bayers, Bayers, who's a communications official.
3953.
COM 0059946 are audit documents.
3954.
COM 0059947 is a 2017 presentation to the town of Antigonish.
3955.
COM 0059948 is sexual assault audit documents.
3956.
Thank you. That's everything. Thank you for your patience, commissioners.
Thank you so much, Ms. Young. Let's take a break. Let's take a mid-afternoon break. It'll afford counsel for the commission to meet with counsel for the participants and determine whether or not our time would be better spent with the various council organizing for tomorrow, or whether it would be necessary to or preferred to try to get some in today. So we would normally take a 15-minute break, and it would be a little unfair to adjourn just for 15 minutes and no time for caucusing. So let's take 30 minutes, and we'll see where we are at 3:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 30 minutes.
Need to organize. Need a log break. Oh no. Where's the drunk face? Did we lose Jamie? Eat the drunk face. That thing makes me laugh. Still wasn't even reminded of his oath. I don't even know. We got time. Let's see here. Two new documents up. Okay, so did McDonald just wake up? Apparently, they're quite interesting in person. It'll be good to hear Dr. Larson too. Oh, there's a few things in there. He hasn't even released his notes to the DOJ, who is gonna heavily Sharpie. Where's my big one? The big one. Sharon Tessier testifying right now. Oh, that's good. Well, that was a Jenga. Well, because they're too busy doing interviews with him last month. Don't you know, 3 weeks ago? Wouldn't you know? He's been busy, man. The culture. Domestic violence, sexual assault culture within the RCMP. Have you guys seen some of the things that they have? Some of those paintings? Oof. Really horrific. Kookus. The kookies. Oh, there's the drunk face. Need to organize the lies. We're up over 1 million. I'm not shitting you. I'm not shitting you. I'm pretty sure It's over 1 million pages at this point. It was 500,000 right at the beginning, according to the lawyers. And then one day, I think it was Bryson came along and he's like, oh, you just dropped 50,000 documents. So if you figure, well, probably I'm just being really, really conservative and saying 10 pages per document. You're now over 1 million pages. 1 million pages for a dead man that was done by the textbook. Right. Nothing to see here. Recommendations that have been done since changes. There's been none. They never change a thing. These people are a joke. There he's like, oh yeah, something about BC. BC is getting like booting the RCMP out. Like literally. They're recommending right now to kick the RCMP out. April 28th, 2022. RCMP won't speculate on next steps until reviewing the report. Guess what? If they kick you out, you don't review any steps. You don't have any power. Remember Surrey? Bye. Alberta's looking to kick you. Bye. You're getting booted everywhere. But we'll review that. No, you won't. What kind of review are you going to do, just like on the Chiefs Association? What kind of review are you going to do when you get kicked out? Adjourning the traffic for a day of BC of traffic because of traffic. No, virtual asylum. Why did they have to dismiss him? I didn't get that. I guess because they had to sit there and review. Plus, I think they got to get everything organized for tomorrow. Screen those questions. Shut down the lawyers, or maybe the lawyers just aren't really interested in participating anyways. Maybe they're having their own little concessions made. So what's the update on Sharon Tessier? She's enjoying the retired life. Where is she at these days? Let's see here. There we go. She's enjoying the retired life. Retired, says she. 2 years in the war room. Retired November 2021. Director General. You see, that's like the same title Balin had. So she's the head honcho. Where did she work before that? Let's see. Acting Executive Director, Director General's National Communication Service. Okay, so she was in this role before. Then she was the acting. Then it was back to Director General. Before that, she was directing organizational health and well-being. Oh, no. Hopefully you were taking care of all the code of conducts and of domestic violence. Oh, respectful workplace national coordinator. Oh, that sounds good. Not like you don't have any problems in there with the something culture. Before that, natural resources, Government of Canada, Director Workplace Health. Oh no. Director Creative and Promotional Services, Corporate Communications. Before that, Government of Canada. Before that, Director Strategic Stratcoms, corporate side for RCMP. Director Communications Change Management Team. Before that, RCMP, whatever the hell that is. Manager Editorial and Executive Services for Fisheries and Oceans Canada. Maybe she had some connections with Lobster Pound. Goo was running in the background there, covering up shit. You got a BA, and you went to Polytech School for journalism. Good. They like to go to journalism, eh? I bet you she'll go into journalism. They go back and forth between the journalism and the RCMP, just in case people didn't know that. Here are the new ones. Okay. Good stuff. What do we got there? Yeah, no motive. Well, the narrative is gone. Oh, the psychological autopsy, the whole one? Oh, no. We had that before. Or is it a new one? A new psychological autopsy? A news article titled, Nova Scotia Mass Shooter Controlled Exploited Women Around Him. Oh. And summary of STR control? What that? All right. Let's have a look at some of these. Now they're giving us news articles, are they? They like certain ones. Privy Council office is always interesting for those requests. How the Nova Scotia mass shooter controlled women around him. Okay. That was from CBC. June 28th, 2022. Last updated. Oh, they didn't even get the original. Red flags! Oh, there it is right in the title. Advocates say. Okay, there's the subtle introduction of gun stuff. And thank you ever so much, Oh dear, for finding that. Let's see, the second one is, I want to see some of these family meeting stuff too. Those will be interesting. Car return with things in the car. That's probably not too good. STR disclosure summary. What we have here. Let's see here. Is it okay? Okay. Document produced by way of subpoena. Okay, so obviously not given over from Jessica. Oh no, is she? No, she's no longer with FinTrack. Still with CSIS, just under a different role. Calls herself a consultant or something these days. Popping up in truck convoys and wherever CBC needs her, and CSIS needs her. Reports Analysts Center, Public Interest, the statutory protection protects against some forms of dissemination. The council has decided, the commission. Is that the commission or the commissioners? Because there is a commission above the commissioners. I still haven't figured out who they are yet. Decided to post and rely only on this summary, which provides the facts. I love how she said that too, eh? We only have, excerpts. And yet there's not like they give you a document and there's like a big blank or anything in it. Oh, they just pass it off that it's like full and complete. All right, let's see if they have the names of the suspicious transaction report. Let's see if they've got Clayfield anywhere in here or Lisa on the records. 2 accounts deposited, maybe 200,000. Check for 154 from Alan G. D. Irvin. Who's that? Another one from Alan G.D. Irvin. Who's Alan G.D. Irvin? Let's see here. God damn. Oh, lawyer. Looks like. Interesting. Lawyer out of Fredericton. Oh, there I'm smelling glowy stuff. The original source of these funds and ultimate disposition was unknown. I'm smelling Balin. TD Bank was not an act, did not take any action in respect to this activity. Yeah, it's like CIBC had no problem with the money laundering thing going on. No, nothing to see here. Yeah, maybe Jessica called, you know. Alan G.D. Irvine, the company. Oh, is this the accountant? This is the accountant that's always referred to. Interesting. You know, because you just find $232,000 under a rock. It's just unknown. Right. Shortly after the mass casualty, submitted STRs to Fentrac. STR PayPal stated it identified an account related to the perpetrator. Quote, it is believed to have been used for purchases for domestic violence. Oh, okay. Or sorry, domestic terrorist stuff. But they don't know where the money's coming from. Yeah. I wonder who's on that account. Clearfield. Where's the Clearfield? Clearfield. When you look up. I wish I could find 232,000 under a rock. It's just unknown. You know, people lose it. Nothing to see here. Right. Maybe you might want to talk to Alan G.D. Irvine, perhaps. I don't know. Maybe he just found it under a rock and decided to put it into somebody else's account. Anybody investigating this person? The Bar Association? Money laundering, perhaps? Where is Clayfield appear? The Clearfield. Did I miss Clearfield somewhere? Or are you just talking about the excuse me, in 2010? Yeah, well, anything over 9999's got to be submitted. No, this is Irvine, I believe. Irvine, not Irving. I'm going to move some money over there. No, I don't think it's Saudis. I think it's your own government. Look at how they're pissing their pants. Balin and Co. H strong. Oh, okay. Yeah. Did you make the drunky face? Oh, no. Yeah, kind of the googly face, or I don't know what you call these things. Clearfield. No, nothing to see here. What page was that? I've seen it in the 911 logs. This thing. Okay, it looks like a landline. This is the this is the communications people. That line belongs to Clearfield Dental. Actually, wait, Atlantic Dental Clinic. Yeah, okay, Clayfield. Oh, the address, right? It's 3542. So I got to get busy on that one. Half an hour break. Who's turds? Can't keep up with. What's that? I don't know even what that face. What are all these faces? Crickets stream found elsewhere. I suggest chat is fodder for reporters. Well, as long as the story gets out, we do hard work, right? We have been. Other people just sit back and run defense. Don't worry about it. Oh, yeah. Dutifully redacted as per usual. Wonder if Butcher was involved in any of the redactions. Can you hear me? Can you hear me over there? What's going on down in Ottawa? Anything fun? Gotta stay taking grumpies. The grumpies with pickles. No, cucumbers. Foul. I saw something else about some more. The transit cops. What do transit cops even do? Undercover. What are they doing? I think I saw somebody get on a bus. Everybody is that nicknames. Everybody has nicknames. I wonder what Campbell's nickname is. Passing money between RCMP and engaged lawyers would cover it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Now you can't find out. Oh, this has so much reek of federal involvement. Your own fucking government attacking people. What the fuck? At least having knowledge of it. Could be based out of country, but they've got their fingerprints all over this one. Shooting spree in Langley of homeless people. 3 people died. Lizard is a good nickname for him. Now that is wow. I am still asleep. I think I'm missing something here. Transit cops, very tough and brutal people. Usually disgruntled because they didn't make it as real cops. I remember I had to take one to court once because he gave me a ticket that he couldn't give me, but he thought he could. I was like, excuse me? No. no authority to do that. Thank you, though. He got a reprimand from the judge. Severely. Campbell's alphabet goop. Who runs Milt? Milt? Like military? Campbell was pointing fingers at Ottawa. Ottawa will just be like, they'll point fingers back there. They don't even know what the hell. Oh, was it messed up? CBC was not new. Oh, okay. FinTrack disclosure. No worries. Okay, so what do we got here? Okay, see, now it's following chronological order. So this is the one just before that. It's interesting how you can follow those things sometimes in line if you just change the last number. Somebody in here taught me something about that, about pictures too, which I was totally unaware of. You can change a URL and sometimes discover pictures that maybe on the internet, it's just the URL is hidden. All right, let's see what we've got here. This is the other one. I suppose I should link these, right? Okay. So when was this disclosed? 2 weeks ago. When was the other one? 2 weeks ago. Oh boy, this is getting bad. This is getting real bad, people. You've had 2 years to do this. 2 years since the whole commission goo started. What the fuck, man? This is going to get real dirty. This document summary, okay, so blah, blah, blah. We're only going to give it to you in part, right? Unless it's made a public exhibit. See, this is why the process has to continue. Please, I implore anybody, do not allow this thing to shut down. May 1st, 2020. All right, so FinTrack submitted to RCMP way back in May 1st, 2020, that it received PayPal and the Toronto Bank. Detailed purchases, sample of purchases, sample purchases. But whose bank? It's in TD. Interceptor, goo. Oh, there's that fucking thin blue line nonsense again. These must be the wheel covers that he put on Lisa's car. You know, the one that probably was going out the back door from over to Max. Everything's getting transferred, you know, just through different channels. FinTrack summer down to 7 points. There you go. Woohoo! You only found out about it 2 weeks ago. What? It was dated March 1st. So what? They sat on it? FinTrack sat on it? Or the RCMP sat on it? Somebody's sitting on this stuff. Didn't expect such a quick read. Just wait, though. They're gonna she set us up for a lot of documents to come. Plus, you're not going to get any of these people's real stuff until they're out of the picture, right? We won't get Campbell's statement until sometime post Wednesday, because then you can't ask him any questions. It's not like the public can do anything and say, like, what the fuck, man? He's gone. Lawyers will have it, of course. Media's had it since 2020. I just need to write the spin articles. Let's see if I've got any mail. Oh, Trudeau in Nova Scotia having a good time. What's this one? Thank you very much. Oh, wow. That's a... Can't look at his full head. I don't know what he's doing. Derp. This one's a surprise appearance at a restaurant. Nova Scotia buzz. It's low on the radar, you know. No, I don't want ever your gambling shit. Okay. So you don't even get his head. I don't know what that's about. I guess they didn't like his hair maybe then, or he had that. Remember when he had that terrible hair? They're reporting about that, of course, the hair. You know, who cares about any of this other stuff? Killer bees. Personal time. Personal time. This one was 2 months ago. Right, of course. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau made a surprise appearance at a local Musquodoboit Harbor restaurant. To the surprise and pleasure. Was this like when he was doing, what was it, Native Day, like some Native Day or the school grave day? And oh yeah, he was having a party out on the island. Oh, oops. Lied about his itinerary. For the last 2 days, Prime Minister's schedule he's been having personal time. Offered no other information. It's his wedding anniversary this weekend, so he's likely enjoying it. Likely, of course, from Sophie. Is that the one he leaves behind when the Kovu stuff hits? They all have Kovu at convenient times. Dressed in street clothes with special socks. He stopped, picked up some lunch at Newer's Mediterranean Kitchen on Trunk 7. The restaurant took to social media. Yeah, there he is. That looks great. What a dumbass. Unfortunately, something great happened in my restaurant, but unfortunately, I was at home. Mr. Justin Trudeau, a Prime Minister of Canada, a Prime Minister? I didn't know we had more than one. Came to my restaurant, met my husband, and he was working there. They talked to each other, kind-hearted. Did Newer's get a grant? Maybe? I don't know. Who knows? I marveled at the food. Happened today, unexpectedly. Right. Souvenir photo. Gotta get them selfies. I'm not a political person. Like I do have more disdain for certain, but they're all fucking controlled. But what was that one? You fucking communist. Did you guys see that video? It was funny. The selfie. I think he said some guy walked by and he's like, a fucking communist. Today we're very happy. Okay, well, hopefully, thank you to the Canadian government. Oh, for everything and for everything happening in my life. I guess Canadian government is somehow involved with Newer's. What is it? Newer's Mediterranean Kitchen? I don't know. Thank you to the Canadian government and everything that is happening in my life. Not sure. Sounds like something. He's thanking them for something. The government. It is a wonderful event. Thank you to the government. Okay, very interesting. I wonder what kind of meetings were going on there. Thank you very much, Blue Nose, for that. Very kind of you to share. I share your outlook. Well, I don't about politics being, it's a joke, man. It's a joke. Or ma'am in this case. I'm not meaning that in a disrespectful way, by the way. All respect. It's a total joke. They all read the same scripts all over the world. They do the same shit. Doesn't matter what party. Yeah, so I've heard of 3. And he's back there again now? Is he back there again now? Maybe is that 4? Very interested. There's no other information, I'm sure. Let's see. No, it's in Ottawa. Says. Oh, wait a second. No, that's old. My apologies. Where's he at right now? Itinerary. Here we go. Prime Minister for Monday. No, he's in Alberta. So it says. I don't know. I thought I heard he was down there again. 3 times total. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm slow. Yeah, he's having I guess he's going to not really disrespect Indigenous today. Perhaps Vancouver Island trips for another day. Maybe more important day. He left Cape Breton on Friday. Oh, okay. Still 2 years to get here and yet to address families. No. Are you talking about Trudeau? Well, maybe not. 4 days ago, he was in the East Hants, before somebody jumps on me. 3 days ago at Cape Breton. You guys have a university? It was here May 28th for wedding anniversary. Yeah, I'm sure. He's on charm offensive. I find quite offensive. Yeah. Yes. I never know exactly what I can say. So, skip peace by chocolate. How dare he? Is that a good place to go? Peace by chocolate. I got all these. Oh, he didn't go to the fish and chip joint. No, it's time for. I don't know what did it say. What he ate? What's your reaction? Oh, look at the reactions. Perhaps you can share the love on here if you're appreciative of the visit. I don't know. Seems like you got 3 angries, 1 cry, 1 cute, 1 lols, a bunch of loves. Ooh, oh my gods, and what the fucks. Okay. I want the drunky face on here. That would be good. The drunky face would be good. Did he have ice cream? Yeah, I'll do this. Do I have to log in or something? There you go. Waste of taxpayer dollars. Oh, if only we all knew exactly how much they're all spending their money on. Our money. Our money. Skipper band video. Ooh. What? Video. There's a video of Skippy? Ooh. And no transcript. Click the comments on the Facebook and check them out. Ooh, what is it? Skippy video. Videos are good, and then you can take a little R&R. Okay, let's see the Facebergs. They can clean these out. Congratulations. Wish you happiness and success. Honor to have Prime Minister Trudeau take the time to visit. Enjoy the restaurant. Okay, 23 likes and hearty things. Not a fan of Trudeau or the way he's running our country, but very cool. Rare opportunity. Why? Is it cool? Who cares? I'm not exactly sure. He looks like a chipmunk or something in that picture. Wow, okay. Your shawarma are so good. Okay. There you go. I'll have to try the shawarma. Oh, a lot of people seem to like that. I guess they just didn't really agree with Mr. Trudeau. But the shawarma sounds good. Someone who doesn't like, I can respect coming from someone who doesn't respect the PM, doesn't like. You're clear to show you aren't supporting the PM, but still kept it respectful. I don't know why everybody has to like a person to be respectful. That's nonsensical. Thanks. Came across without any disrespect. Not sure how it's disrespectful to dislike somebody. Hey, buddy, you spelt running incorrect. Oh, okay. Jeez, people would have a field day with my typing. Anyone that says that still doesn't see it. Why Canada's last, the only country pushing for vaccine mandates. Okay, so somebody not happy about that. Very exciting. Proud of you. Love you, Mom. Okay. Some are selected, so the other ones, of course, are being filtered out. You know. 6 of 155. Oh, okay. So they're screening all the good ones to the top, probably. I scroll down a little, see what we got. That's great. Congratulations. That's awesome. He didn't pay for his food.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
It's like a policeman and certain stores. I don't think they have to pay for things necessarily. Once in a lifetime opportunity. I don't know. I've met dignitaries before. It's really a nothing burger. Really pompous and retarded. Some person I met, I remember once, was at some do. I won't say who, but they used their hands in the salad bar. I was like, really? Thanks. Do you want some? They say. I'm like, no, thank you. I will pass on that. Enjoy it all to yourself. You must be getting very upset about all the dumb and dumber comments. Oh, yes, I've heard something about this, but I haven't seen it. I believe it was Somebody was telling me on the phone this morning. What was that when the haircut was done? I don't know. I don't know when it was done. Why is the discussion focused on Trudeau? It isn't. It's focused on Campbell and RCMP, but he does happen to be supposedly the boss of that. Supposedly. If you want to believe that. They just keep him in office. That's why the investigations never go anywhere. So our lawyer's going to get started today. I don't think so, because I don't know who they'd be asking. They dismissed. I don't even know what's happening now. You met a royal pervert when he came to your city. Exciting time. Okay, don't know if I want to know about that. Foul. Happy always wished Trudeau would come to my restaurant like this. Never saw a dream how it was
Welcome
done.
back. The proceedings are again in session.
Oh,
Thank you so much. Could we have the witness back, please?
oh, he's coming back. One moment. Is he going to be reminded of his oath this time?
Thank you for today, Chief Superintendent Campbell. Our council has had an opportunity to meet with council for the various participants, and it seems like we would all agree that our time for the rest of the day is better spent preparing for tomorrow and making sure it's done in as organized a fashion as possible. So we'll let you go for the day. We're going to start tomorrow at 9 o'clock. So we would ask you to come back then, and you will be questioned by various participants, and you're still under oath. So we would ask you not to discuss your testimony with anybody until you're through. And thank you again, and thank you all for participating today, and we will adjourn then until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until July 26, 2022 at 9 o'clock a.m.
Well, that didn't go well. Looks like McDonald forgot his mask. That didn't go well at all. Whatever meeting was going on back there in the us. It didn't go well, apparently. Maybe there was a lot of phone calls back to Ottawa. What's going on there? Shitting our pants. Diapers ran out. Time to write some more scripts for tomorrow. So, $12 million donaire. Oh, come on. Are you talking about this? You know. The glow. What was that somebody put in here? I saw that about the moon. Glows like the sun. There is so much intelligence mixed into this one. The family's lawyers need more time to prepare. I don't. Are they even going to ask anything? Are they going to stand up to that podium and say, I can't? Why not? That one I'm waiting for. Yeah. Somebody who's got some cojones. Not ballless wonders. Just being very crude, but it's not literal. Where's the asthma incantation at the end? What is that? Was the asthma? The thank you and the going on and on about your great civilian and oh yeah, we can't say that. I thought that was a really good observation of somebody about the uniforms. It's absolute bullshit. They absolutely do wear their uniforms in inquiries and royal commissions. So, maybe on shams, plays and things like that, they don't. It's like going to the movies, right? So I'm sure it's not official capacity in any way. It's just, break out your popcorn. Darren threw a lot of hints, questions to be answered. Lawyers need time to prepare. He was so pissed they didn't have his donut. Took his Sharpie and went home. Home to see Pepper. How's it going? What a shock. Oh no. It was like me the other day. I felt really bad because I've gotten so cynical, and I kind of just figured, oh, this is going to be some more shit, and started out there on Friday, and I'm like, blah. No, that was a good spanking to me to go back to my old ways. So take a breath, deep breath, and read. Don't judge. You can read this like a playbook. Oh, you called it, did you? You called it? That's good. I didn't know exactly what the hell they were doing, but I thought he was gone. So you guys are way ahead of me. Till tomorrow. Too much to watch today with Bergerman and Leather in the committee meeting. Well, don't worry. They get a 3-week holiday. Maybe they'll come down and frequent Neurs. Maybe they'll have a meeting at Neurs. "44-minute break to come back for 1 minute." Hey, shut that down fast too, eh? Maybe he's not in a good mood. So much to waste, fuck's sakes. They're all off in Cuba for the next 3 weeks. They seem to go away and get tans. I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of tanning incentive or benefit. Tanning salon, free coupons, for tanning. He was pissed. Didn't have it. Okay, let's see here. Did they put in a full day of work? Well, if you subtract, here we go. See, Julia's all over that one. Good. Thank you. 6 hour, 12-minute day, 4 hours, 8 minutes. Caucus, 2 hours and 2 minutes. Campbell has all night to drink with Carol and YMCA Rodier. Karaoke party. Just snark on my behalf. The lady commissioner with the dark hair ends up with a small speech. There was no speech by the ladies today. It was very sexist, I thought. McDonald just shut that one right down. I don't know. Hopefully they were on board with that one. There would be no more accountability if they were all that brass, trying to look like a peon. Yeah. Well, maybe McDonald's busy about the Reagan stuff. That's why. 9 a.m. Oh. It's tomorrow, 9 a.m. Is it? Oh, thank you. You're a savior. Do you know what? I would have been here late. Oh, that would have been so bad. Thank you very much. I need reminders like this. I'm very... Oh, yes. Okay. So 9 a.m. tomorrow. Okay. I got to I gotta set my alarm early. We'll be getting up at 5 something tomorrow. Okay, so I got some message here. 19th year anniversary best friend suicide. Okay, probably not. Won't be as active. Oh. Okay, so that. Okay, so. Very sad to hear that. I'm sorry. Don't worry. We will always be here. You call me if you need anything, okay? Sorry. I mutter to myself about things. McDonald, if you're watching, said starting half an hour earlier. Okay, see, I missed that, so thank you. Thank you very much. Half hour, I'm half an hour ahead. You okay? It's all funny down there on the rock. All right. She is a great timekeeper. Where's Burl? I think he took a little leave. That's what I heard. Maybe things got to him. I don't know. You never know. This process is not going to be easy on people. All right. So let's just make sure I got my alarm set tomorrow before I sign off. I have a tendency to forget unless I do something right away. So tomorrow, we'll be getting up there. That's okay. We'll do something like that. I think that'll work. Okay. Alarm set. Hey, good. All right. So I will see you all earlier tomorrow, 9 a.m. Atlantic time. Why? God only knows. God only knows any of this stuff. And the RCMP know a little bit. Okay. Maybe that's an overstatement. All right. Now, God bless you all. Take good care of each other. God bless the 23.